ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ. ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ, ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ, ನಮನ ನಮನ.
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು, ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು.
ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ. ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ, ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ, ನಮನ ನಮನ.
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು, ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು. ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು.
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
Manyan, General Secretary, Asian Dodgeball Federation, Mr. Narsimha Reddy, Secretary General, Indian Dodgeball Federation, Mr. Chandrasekhar, CEO, Indian Dodgeball Federation, Mr. Rajesh TB, Joint Secretary, Karnataka State Dodgeball Association, Mr. Vidyadhar Jain, President, Dakshina Kannada District Dodgeball Association to the gathering. When God decides to bless you, He will cause situations to come together in your favor. No matter what others try to do, the success comes on your path by His blessings. So I would like to request Mr. Vinay of second year MPA trainee of Mangalore University to invoke the blessings of God.
ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಗುರು ರಂಗವಿಠಲನ ಪದ ಹಿಂಗಾದೆ ಪಾಲಿಸು ಗಣನಾಥ. ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಗುರು ರಂಗವಿಠಲನ ಪದ ಹಿಂಗಾದೆ ಪಾಲಿಸು ಗಣನಾಥ. ಹಿಂಗಾದೆ ಪಾಲಿಸೋ ಗಣನಾಥ ದೇವ, ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ. ಮೋದಳ್ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ದೇವ, ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ.
Thank you, Vinay, for invoking the blessings of God. It's a sincere pleasure to welcome all of us, because welcoming is our culture, welcoming is our tradition, welcoming is a greetings to our loved ones. So I request Mr. Narsimha Reddy, Secretary General, Indian Dodgeball Federation, to welcome the gathering and introduce about the dodgeball.
Very good morning, one and all the dignitaries. I am very happy to announce today I am welcoming for all the dignitaries and everyone. So the Indian Dodgeball Federation is an affiliated unit of International Dodgeball Federation, Canada, and also recognized by the Asian Dodgeball Federation. And we are conducting today and tomorrow the national level rules, dodgeball rules training program and national level referee exam. For this program, we have requested to the Mangalore University Department of Physical Education Department, Thomas D'Souza sir, Gerald D'Souza sir, and he is very supportive, and without any second thought, we have got approval, and he has extend his complete support to the organizing the dodgeball rules training program. So we are very proud and very thankful, and we are for today's program we are inviting from the Federation and Mangalore University for this occasional, and we welcome you, sir, for today's program. Next, we will be having Mr. Dastara V. Subramaniam, Malaysian Dodgeball Federation Secretary and Asian Dodgeball Federation Secretary. So, he will be the main program training session he is attending. So, he will be taking care of you for 2 days for all these rules and training program. First, he has accepted our invitation and he has attend this program, and he is giving the guidance. So we welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. Now we have Mr. Chandrasekhar sir, is known as actually football coach and HAL football team coach. Also, he has retired as a HAL grade 7 officer, and also is a football lifetime achievement, Karnataka State Lifetime Achievement Award winner, and also sitting volleyball, founder of Sitting Volleyball Federation of India, president, and he is also with us today, and he is supporting for the dodgeball game promotion in India and around the globe, and lot of support with us. So he is with us. I welcome you for this today's program, sir. Thank you very much. And for this program, we ask the support of Mr. Vidyadhar Jain, President of local President of Dodgeball Federation, Vidyadhar Jain. He is also present today. I welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. And my colleague, Mr. Rajesh, is the Karnataka State Joint Secretary. He is also present. I welcome you, Mr. Rajesh. And also all those who are there, representative of different states of India, all the states, I think 14 to 15 state representatives have participated today for this training program. On behalf of Mangalore University and Indian Dodgeball Federation, I welcome you, all the participants, for this prestigious program. And especially here for the program, we have a special guest from Rajasthan, Rakim, Mr. Rakim, and we have another, sorry, I don't know the name, madam name, Erega from foreign delegate. They also have come. I welcome you on behalf of Mangalore University and Indian Dodgeball Federation for this program. Thank you very much. And they are running the Sports Federation. And I welcome all, each and every one, press reporters and all this, those who are attending today for this program. So I request everyone, so I'm very happy to invite you for this program. And we have invite our Indian Dodgeball team players also for this program. I welcome you for this program. And all those who are today present here, I welcome heartfully for this occasion to make success. Thank you very much. And I request all the faculty of Physical Education Department, I don't know the name, sorry for that, everyone, they are giving a very good support for organizing this program. I welcome all the faculties of Mangalore University Physical Education Department. So thank you very much for attending, all of them. I welcome once again for everyone for this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for welcome in the gathering. Now I request the Mr. Narasimha Reddy, Secretary General IDBF, to welcome the President of today's program, Dr. Gerald Santosh D'Souza, Chairman and Director, Department of Physical Education, Florally. And I also request Narasimha Reddy sir to welcome Mr. Chandrasekhar, CEO, Indian Dodgeball Federation, Mr. Dasataran V. Subramaniam, General Secretary of Asian Dodgeball Federation, Mr. Rajesh TB, Joint Secretary of Karnataka State Dodgeball Association, and Mr. Vidyadhar Jain, President of Dakshina Kannada District Dodgeball Association. Light fade away darkness. Light is a symbol of knowledge. Light is a symbol of wisdom. To solemnize the special invitation, I would like to request the President and Chief Guest of today's program, Dr. Gerald Santosh D'Souza, Mr. Dasataran V. Subramaniam, Mr. Chandrasekhar, Mr. Narasimha Reddy, Mr. Rajesh TB, and Mr. Vidyadhar Jain, to light the lamp. Thank you to all the dignitaries for lighting the lamp. As a token of love and affection, we would like to honor the Mangalore University Department of Physical Education and Sports. So, first of all, I would like to request Mr. Narsimha Reddy Sir, Secretary General, Indian Dodgeball Federation, to honor Dr. Gerald Santosh D'Souza, Chairman and Director of Department of Physical Education, for providing us all the facilities to conduct this national level Dodgeball Referee Exam Level 1 and National Level Dodgeball Rules Training Program. Now I request Dr. Haridas Koluru, Assistant Director, Department of Physical Education, to come out to the dais and receive the honor from the General Secretary, Mr. Narsimha Reddy. And I also request Dr. Ramesh H.N., Assistant Director, Department of Physical Education, to come out to the dais and receive the honoring. And I also request the lecturers of Department of Physical Education, Dr. Chidananda, to please come out to the dais. And I request Mr. Dasa Taran V. Subramaniam, General Secretary, Asian Dodgeball Federation, to honor Dr. Chidananda. Mr. Sandeepa, Lecturer, Department of Physical Education. Mr. Sandeepa, Lecturer, Department of Physical Education. And Mr. Sandeep, Mr. Sandeep, Lecturer, Department of Physical Education. Mr. Sandeep, Lecturer, Department of Physical Education. Mr. Yatish Kumar, Mr. Yatish Kumar, Lecturer, Department of Physical Education. Mr. Yashavanta KB, Lecturer, Department of Physical Education, Mangalore University. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Chandrasekhar, CEO of Indian Dodgeball Federation, to honor Mr. Mallikarjuna Swamy, lecturer, Department of Physical Education, Mangalore University. Mr. Sirajuddin, lecturer, Department of Physical Education. Mr. Yatish Kumar, lecturer, Department of Physical Education. I request you to come to the dais. Mr. Sirajuddin, Miss Soumya, lecturer, Department of Physical Education. I request all the students to please maintain silence. Thank you, sir. These were the honoring done from the Indian Dodgeball Federation to the Department of Physical Education. And now from the Department of Physical Education, Mangalore University, we would like to honor Mr. Dasataran V. Subramaniam, General Secretary, Asian Dodgeball Federation. I request Dr. Gerald Santosh D'Souza, Chairman and Director, Department of Physical Education, to honor Mr. Dasataran. Next to Mr. Chandrasekhar, CEO, Indian Dodgeball Federation. I request the Chairman and Director, Department of Physical Education, Dr. Gerald Santosh D'Souza, to honor Mr. Chandrasekhar, CEO of Indian Dodgeball Federation. And next, I request Mr. Narsimha Reddy sir, Secretary General, Indian Dodgeball, to receive the honoring from the Chairman, Department of Physical Education. Next, I request Mr. Rajesh TB, Joint Secretary, Karnataka State Dodgeball Association, to receive the honor from the Director and Chairman, Department of Physical Education. Next, I request Mr. Vidyadhar Jain, Dakshina Kannada Dodgeball District Association President, to receive the honoring from Dr. Gerald Santosh D'Souza. And I also request Mr. Monappa Patte to come to the dais and receive the honoring from Dr. Gerald Santosh D'Souza sir, Chairman and Director, Department of Physical Education. Mr. Monappa Patte is a guide and a motivator of Dakshina Kannada District Dodgeball Association. So on this occasion, we are honoring for his service towards the Dodgeball. Thank you, sir. On this occasion, as a chief guest, we have with us Mr. Chandrasekhar, CEO, Indian Dodgeball Federation. So on this occasion, I request you to speak 2 words, sir.
Good morning to everybody. Say louder. Say to your chairman of Physical Education, Direct D'Souza. Say a good morning to him. Because of him, you are here. So, secondly, myself I'll introduce. I am H. Chandrasekhar, a former international footballer. I am the professional coach for a football for an Indian team during 1983-84. Similarly, like this, I am the first man who went to London for after getting the first class in NIH in 1983-84. I don't know, some of the people are not born. So I have gone through 30 years my life. I got a lifetime achievement award from the national and international also. And I have recruited in my capacity around 100 to 200 people who are joined in many government jobs in football across the country. And I made about 60 international players for Indian team under my leadership. I recruited HIL many people like a sportsman quota. One time I recruited under the banner of HIL with the support of our management, like how the chairman was promoted, our PED and MPD peoples. So now they are all recruited, they are getting a 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh salary. I also brought from abroad many peoples to develop in football. No one can beat our HIL team till 2015. When I was there 30 years, we are the long time champions. Ours and ITA and HIL, it is like India-Pakistan. I think luckily earlier I don't know, one of the best the secretary ever I have seen to promotion of this Dodgeball, who is also under HIL banner, who works as a physical director. He has promoted many peoples as an youngster, school life, and I don't know, with a tight schedule he was made. Yesterday he came 3 o'clock in the midnight to organize all these things. I think Mr. Reddy should stand up, give a big clap for him. Under his leadership, you have to come. Under his leadership, India, because I am a proved person in football, recruited many peoples in the country, and also I am the chairman of the Asian Para Volley for 15 years. I recruited 100 peoples in the Para Volley, bringing to the government notice. I served 15 years. Now my termination 15 years as per the sports code, only 4 terms. I have 5 times a president. Bringing that level, it is very difficult. Now my friend is here, who has come all the way from Rajasthan. He is running an academy. So we have a very good relationship across the country, what I feel. I heard about D'Souza's name in Bangalore. He was one of the best sports person as well as a qualified person. God has given as a chairman. You have to welcome to him, has taken as a charge and made a very disciplined team in Mangalore. If anybody asks in Bangalore why D'Souza means, everybody knows. He's a senior most. I wish the future course of action also, sir. And we are very happy that you have made all arrangement. Yesterday, luckily, I have seen a new register. He is joined with me as in a dinner. He also says that unfortunately their examination were there. Otherwise, D'Souza would have bought 150 people for guiding. So our plan is to lift a dodgeball in the bottom to the top. Now we are the babies. Now you have to register in the government and you have to come under the schools. Reddy is making a day and night. And really we are very lucky to have a person like Reddy. He has initiated like a stepping stone of this dodgeball. He made the national team and he has also covered around 14 to 15 states. I hope some of the peoples from the federation also is here. I have not seen, but on his request I have come to promote you peoples. I am sure this is the reason I went personally to Malaysia to see the Asian chairman. He is my close friend, Mr. Radha, and he was also one of the world body member. And luckily today we have come Dasan Subramaniam. He was also a national player, international player, also a secretary for the Malaysia as well as the Asia. Please stand up and give a big clap. So the idea of Reddy's idea to bring normally and officially if you call, it will be a more cost. Reddy initially had requested Mr. Subramaniam. After seeing 2,000 people, I think Indian team has participated and they have played, they though lost, they have played a fantastic game, men and women particularly. They have played with top peoples and Canada, the best team in the world. For them, they have given a fight because I was the witness for that. So that is why I thought, okay, why as a CEO, my challenge is here to bring you up from the bottom to top with all your federation and association support. Will you agree my point? Association people have come here who are all different state of association. Please raise your hand. From Delhi and from Rajasthan, I think he is there. From anybody from Bihar? Yeah, thank you so much. You have come all the way and I hope you have come to a place called a God place. It is in a God place like in a Switzerland. Ever we have seen no like this atmosphere. You are lucky to have with the grace of a chairman registered and especially you have to thanks to Mr. Vijay. He is the man day and night work. Give a clap to Vijay. And followed by our head coach, our Rajesh. Please stand up. So who trains the player? So I don't want to take a much time. So I am here, I'll assure you with your support. And today morning also in the breakfast time, I have an idea to conduct here a trade series. India, Sri Lanka and Malaysia. Initially I have discussed with the registered. I hope he has assured me. And we also discussed with the chairman of the physical education director, Mr. D'Souza, Dawson and Reddy. Soon we will have an international match here. So I was the first man to propose, see that everybody should support. And India, we don't have a dodgeball equipments and balls. So we are planning to gather 5,000 balls. So that it is your duty, all federations and institutions should promote with that ball. See that dodgeball is a game of with an history, old. I think you are all played Lagori. It is like that earlier. You are all come under the Lagori. This is the system. The rules and regulation export have come here. So it is not so easy to bring such people as a world body member, as Asian chairman. Because of our request and Mr. Reddy and myself, we are requested. Now he has come 2 days. He will be giving you as a coaching. Please go through that. After that, don't forget what you learn here. What you learn, see how a physical director has promoted your people. I have seen a good hockey player, hockey coach and volleyball like this. See, your duty is not only 2 days you learn, you leave. But you have to follow. What is that? You have to improve. Then only we can go to the national and international. I am sure to put you in the international. I am sure to put you in the World Cup. Already we have got a MOU with the international body. We participated in Australia, Austria, and we also conduct here, for which there was a lot of what you call potential do you have from your support and federation support. I am sure we will, as an CEO, I will try my best to put you in the system. What is required is a system, documentation. You should have a pakka documentation, registration, and the team formation, and the district formation. Then you have to national conduction, then international, then we go. It will take a long time to process. So I hope, I am confident with your all support, I can able to do this. And Dasan will give you very good rules and regulations. See, it requires minimum 15 days for a course. He is the only one person who recommended, Mr. Reddy has recommended Mr. Vijay to go for the world from Karnataka and India. We are very proud that he has succeeded with his diploma in international. Give a big clap to Vijay once again. Under his leadership, we want to see that followed by our Rajesh. They have to bring the team in international. 100% we can able to beat all the countries. Soon you are going to see the international event in this place only. Thank you so much, and everybody. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Narasimha Reddy, sir, Secretary General, to brief about the Indian Dodgeball.
Indian Dodgeball team, we have registered in the year of 2019, but we have with the Dodgeball 2005. But as for the government rules, we have registered in 2019. After that, we got affiliation of World Dodgeball Federation and also recognized by the Asian Dodgeball Federation. As of now, in our country, dodgeball is very popular game, and also it is included in the HGFI due to some technical reason. This year, they have still not given the dates, but it is there in the HGFI event also. And we are participating in more state. We are conducting in the state championship, national championship, and international championship also we are participating. In order of this, we need recognition, so that we have got it. And also we finish our first AGM meeting and we have submitted to the government. Because why I am saying all this information, many fake federations also, they are cheating the players, because it is not recognized, which is recognized by the society of Indian government. Only they have to issue the certificate. So we are registered in the Government of India Society Act, and we are expecting to the government. We are just giving the memorandum to the Government of India to get recognition, and we are doing order of the events as it is. We are following. In 2019, when we started this federation, immediately due to the COVID, we are not able to make the events more event. And 2019, all these problems we have come out after this COVID. And the first national championship we organized in St. Francis, Mangalore College. First junior national championship. It is very grand manner and it is very successfully we have conducted in Bangalore. And after that we have sub-junior national dodgeball championship in Austin district from 27 to 29 December. And also included in that senior national dodgeball championship also 27 and 29 December 2017. After that we have selected few players in this national championship for the Indian team, and the team has participated Asia Pacific International event. In this event, more than 16 countries participated. That Indian team, 3 teams has participated. men, women and mixed team, and it was conducted in Malaysia from 25th to 28th of this month, last month. We have successfully, our team played very well, and the team also for the next Asian Championship. So all these achievements which we have done, we are not only focusing for the event, and we are taking the benefit of the students from the federation. We are giving we are approaching the companies and getting the sponsorship for giving the more benefits. Here I want to announce, for the Indian team players, those who participated, we covered insurance also. 5 lakhs US dollars insurance we have covered when we travel, because it is very important, the sports players, those who are participating in the event, what they will get benefit. So that is also important. For this we have covered 5 lakhs US dollars insurance for the international event. The same we are looking forward for the national level players also. And even now we have upcoming events for the second year, Senior National Championship, men and women. So one round discussion is done. Haryana State Dodgeball Association has come forward to organize the Senior National Dodgeball Championship soon after, tentatively in the month of October, and Junior National Dodgeball Championship in Ellora. Maharashtra State Dodgeball Association is planning in Ellora district, and also sub-juniors, it is in Madhya Pradesh, they are also requested. Even all these events lined up. So this is all the national event, and even we have international events also. Soon after this event, we have a Asian Dodgeball Championship. Tentatively, date is not confirmed. It is in Singapore. We have just tentatively deciding. Still, it is not confirmed. Singapore and our other country. Asian Dodgeball Championship is there. In Australia, we have Invitational Dodgeball Championship, and also next August 2024 we have a World Cup. So we are just planning to prepare our team as one of the best team for the World Cup. This is our motto. So that's why we are organizing this rules and training program. Maybe this one, it is going to be very useful. And for this Dodgeball Championship, Dodgeball Rules Training Program, all around the country, 14 to 15 state representatives and Karnataka state representatives, all are participating. I request all of you, you can take this opportunity to learn something about the dodgeball game, and also you can promote your students for the dodgeball game. I will give you assurance from this dodgeball, which those who are going to play, definitely it is going to be very useful for in future. Already in international level, dodgeball is very famous, and also when we see in the Malaysia, which they organized Asia Pacific, it was fantastic. Many countries are participating, and also it is very proud to say that as Olympic Council of Asia also recognized, and Indian Olympic Association also are discussing to introduce this dodgeball game in future Olympics. As discussion is going on, we are introducing to the dodgeball game for Olympics also from the World Dodgeball Federation. I sincerely thanks for the World Dodgeball Federation has given an opportunity. Mr. World Dodgeball President as supporting constantly for Indian dodgeball, and also Malaysian Dodgeball President Mr. Datu Radhakrishna sir also has given lot of support. So, and Mr. Dasa V. Subramaniam also is giving an extent of support for improving the dodgeball in introducing the dodgeball in India. So I would like to assure for all the state representatives and everyone, once you finish the training and after this you can attend the referee exam also, it is going to be very useful for everyone in future. We are going to call those who are completed today's training program, only the qualified referees only we are taking for the national level referee competitions for the referees. So I hope all of them, you can utilize this training program, whatever we are organizing, and you can improve yourself. Thank you very much. Lot of information is there. So due to the shortage of time, I conclude my speech. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for briefing about the Dodgeball Federation and the game. Now it's a time to honor the players of Indian Dodgeball Federation who represented the Indian team in the Asian Pacific Dodgeball Championship held at Malaysia. I request the president of today's program, Dr. Gerald Santosh D'Souza, and Mr. Dasa Taran V. Subramaniam, Mr. Narsimha Reddy, Mr. Chandrasekhar, and Mr. Rajesh and Mr. Vidyadhar Jain to honor the students. So I request in the men's section, Mr. Nikhil, please come to the dais and receive the honoring. Mr. Nayan, Mr. Nayan was the captain of the Indian Dodgeball team. Mr. Nayan, Mr. Nayan, followed by Mr. Sandeep, Mr. Sandeep, followed by Mr. Madhu, Mr. Madhu, now in girls section, Mrs. Bhumika, Miss Rachana, Miss Vedavati, Manasa, Pragya Goyal, and Mrs. Chandrakala. And I also request Mr. Mrudulanand, Mr. Mrudulanand and Mr. Sheikh are the representatives of Kerala Police Department. They have also participated in the Asian Pacific Dodgeball Championship held at Malaysia. I request Mr. Mrudulanand sir to come out to the dais and receive the honoring. Indian dodgeball team players. Thank you. Teamwork is the ability to work together towards a common vision, the ability to direct individual accomplishments towards organization objectives. It is a fuel that allows common people to attain.
Simreddy, Mr. Rajesh, Mr. Vidyadhar Jain, Mr. Vijay, and our friends from Finland as well as Rajasthan, and all the participants from different states of India, as well as the Indian dodgeball players, my colleagues, and all my dear students and participants. To be honest, we are very new to this game as a competitive event, right? But all of us have played game in different forms at one time or another, as a part, let's say, a warm-up or a lead-up activity or a fun game. When we say dodgeball, we think of, earlier we had people, students standing in a circle and trying to aim at them and see who is the last student standing inside the circle. So I think the dodgeball has come a long way. But if you see the history of many games, many of the games started as, let's say, warm-up game or recreation games. Take it basketball or take it volleyball, and it has evolved over many years, right? During those times, maybe it took a lot of time to evolve to its present form. But right now, with all the technology available, all the media available, I think it takes a very short time for a game to become a competitive event. Well, Mr. Chandrasekhar told a lot about us. I think the credit for giving the facilities should go to the administration of Mangalore University and my department colleagues, as well as mainly to Mr. Vijay is actually student of MPA, but of course he is also a teacher who has worked for many years in the high school. But I think he has grabbed this opportunity and tried this game, and now he has become one of the most knowledgeable as well as a coach and official of dodgeball. I got a lot of tidbits sitting there from Mr. Chandrasekhar about this game, and I think I can assure you, sir, that we will try our very best from our university side. We will try our very best to give a place for dodgeball. I know it is very difficult for a game to improve within a few days or within a year also. It will take many years. It will take at least a few years for the game to get popular and for people to play the game, the facilities to get developed, as well as you said, we don't have even the ball. We have been playing with different form of ball, and Vijay also had explained to me that indoor we play with a different form of ball and it costs so much, and outdoors we have played with a different form of ball. So the equipment is very necessary. But one advantage of this game is that we don't require a lot of area. It's just a volleyball court size. And of course it will help us if we have an indoor court, but to play the game, or at least to popularize the game, even the outdoor court is sufficient. And Mr. Chandrasekhar also mentioned that we will be doing the international 3-nation tournament over here. I think I'll be safe to assume that the university will give all its support. Of course, we are a department of physical education. But from the department, we will do our very best to convince of course, he has already convinced the registrar, I think. So it makes our job that much easier. So we'll also try our very best to see that. See, one thing I should tell is that sports is always sports, whichever game it is, right? And we are here for sports. Unless it is so impossible or beyond our reach, we are always there to promote any kind of sports, because ultimately, as a sportsman, even I am from a different sports actually. I am from hockey, and many of my colleagues are from hockey, kabaddi, athletics and all. But all of us are sportsmen. As a sportsman, we always have to promote different kinds of sports, so that ultimately the children, the participants should play. That is the main aim. Because as you all know, the present days with all the gadgets, with all the mobiles, most of the students have become very stationary, or they have become very stagnant, and they have lost the ability to play even some kind of physical activity. And I think this dodgeball is a very popular game, and I also have to see the game actually, maybe in the next today and tomorrow. Maybe I'll know more about the actual requirements as well as the rules of this game, right? And I think this game can be started by playing in different schools, colleges, as a part of fitness, as a part of warming up, as a part of recreation. And I think this way the game can develop. In the starting only, if you take it as a competitive game, I think it might not be the very good idea. But people should enjoy any game they play. People should enjoy, and that's how a game is developed. I can see many people and Varanasi and all. I've seen many North Indians over here. I think many of them must have come to India for the first time, and coming from Bihar, such a long way you have to come. And during these times, actually we have got a very pleasant weather now. Last 4-5 days also was very pleasant, but in a different sort of way. Lot of rains, lot of greenery over here. And as a director of physical education of Mangalore University, as a part of the host, I welcome you all, and I wish you all a very pleasant stay for the next 2 days. And please go around the university and see this part of India also, because that's also a part of learning experience. Sports, when you go for sports for different areas, the learning experience, the educative experience which we get from visiting different geographical regions, different institutions, that is also a very plus point. Few words. I always firmly believe that work is important. This is all a formality, but being the first time that dodgeball is being introduced or dodgeball is being popularized here, I think it's okay. 1.5 hour is fine. But more importantly, you have much more important things to come. So once again, saying thanks to all the office bearers of the Asian Federation as well as the Indian Federation, the Karnataka Dodgeball Federation. Thank you all for giving us event over here, and I wish all the participants all the very best. Learn about this game, and maybe in future years, in the next year or so, maybe we'll have more of competitions at the inter-college or inter-university levels. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you, sir, for the president. The most sincere way of expressing our gratitude. So on this occasion, I would like to thank Dr. Gerald Santosh D'Souza, Chairman and Director, Department of Physical Education, for being the president of today's program. Thank you, sir. And I also thank the Asian Dodgeball Federation for being a part of this program. Thank you, sir. I also thank Mr. Narsimha Reddy, Secretary General, Indian Dodgeball Federation. Thank you, sir. And I also thank Mr. Chandrasekhar, CEO, Indian Dodgeball Federation. Thank you, sir. And I also thank Mr. Rajesh TB, Joint Secretary, Karnataka State Dodgeball Association. Thank you, sir. And I also thank Mr. Vidyadhar Jain, President, Dakshina Kannada District Dodgeball Association. Thank you, sir. And I also thank all the faculty members of Department of Physical Education and all the people, those who are present here from different states, Indian dodgeball players. And with one sentence, I thank each and everyone for being this part of this inauguration program. Thank you. Now we will be having 5 minutes break. If anyone wants to go for fresh up, you can go. And after 5 minutes, we will be having the first session. That is our theory session, will be handled by Dasa Taran V. Subramaniam. General Secretary of Asian Dodgeball Federation. You'll be having a break of 5 minutes. Thank you.
ತೆರೆ ಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು
ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು. ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು.
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ.
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು.
ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇಗುಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು.
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ.
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು. ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು.
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು
ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇಗುಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
Behind. Okay? Good.
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
Hi everyone. Okay, so I see a lot of people still walking around, still talking with your friends. If you all can just find a place to sit down and focus at the front, that'll be fantastic. Okay, so do we have everyone who is going to sit for the referee exam tomorrow? Yes? Okay, awesome. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank the Indian Dodgeball Federation for giving me the honor of coming here and running the program here in India, Karnataka, Mangalore University. Of course, I'd like to extend my thanks to the President of the World Dodgeball Federation, Mr. Dwayne Wyszynski. He has always been supportive of growing the sport in many growing regions. I think we will go towards Finland as well soon. Yeah, Finland, Norway, all the other regions as well. And of course, I'd like to extend my gratitude to my mentor and also president for Malaysia Association of Dodgeball and Asian Dodgeball Federation, Dato' Radhakrishnan. All right, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, first of all, congratulate the Indian Dodgeball Federation for running this program successfully. We won't go through a lot of formalities. If you have any questions throughout the whole, I'll call this a lecture. Throughout this whole lecture, if you have any issues, please raise your hand and you can ask me immediately. Okay, my first question to you all is, can you all understand my English? Fluency, pronunciation, enunciation, everything's clear? At the back, clear? Okay. Now, rules and regulations for dodgeball. So where do we play dodgeball? Dodgeball is a sport which you need or you can play practically anywhere. Be it on the beach, we have something called beach dodgeball. You can play it on trampoline ground, we call it trampoline dodgeball. You can wear VR, we call it digital dodgeball, okay? And if you want to set the court anywhere, for example, this hall, can we set a dodgeball court? Yes, we can. You want to set the court at the road, I'm talking tar road where car passes by. Do we do that in Malaysia as well? We actually do that in certain states to promote dodgeball. Alright, so it's all about getting the space. And in the rule book itself, if let's say the space does not allow for a conducive full court size, can you reduce the court size according to the organizer? You can by 1 or 2 feet. You can. Okay? Now, with that being said, this is actually the court that was done in Cancun, Mexico, when we had the 2018, if I'm not wrong, 2018 or 2019 World Championships. Okay, boundaries. We have a few boundaries for the players. Very important for you all to note. What I'm going to go through the whole course today is called foam dodgeball, because in your guideline books that you have in your hand, there is something known as cloth dodgeball as well. If you go through the book, every single page you will see cloth dodgeball, this is how it's played. Foam dodgeball, this is how it's played. Please focus on foam dodgeball only. Alright, I repeat, focus on foam dodgeball only. Alright, now, is the court size same for all sports? It is the same. Alright, so we have a 30 feet wide, 60 feet long court for the court. Alright, 30 feet wide, 60 feet long. That goes for all male category, all mixed categories. Okay, all male category and mixed or co-ed category, it is 60 feet long, 30 feet wide. For female category, it is 50 feet long, 30 feet wide. So it is a short of 10 feet for female category. Now, if we want to introduce the sport to our children, those who are in the primary education, can we do it? Yes, we can. What is the court size? 30 feet wide, 40 feet long. Okay, so there's another 10 feet reduction. Obviously, it's because of their size of the children. You see children are very small, hand size also very small. Is 40 feet enough? 40 feet is more than enough, trust me. Okay, if you look at the slide here, you can see a center line. What is the function of the center line? The center line is to separate the court into 2 equal halves. The players who once enter the boundaries of the court are not allowed to exceed their boundaries, which means, can a player from here go towards the other side? Can they cross the line? Can they cross out the side line? Can they cross the back line? They cannot. Once you enter the court, you are stuck in the court. Okay? Okay, we have something called a PRA, a player return area or a player reserve area. This is somewhat rather known as the elimination box. Why is it known as an elimination box? Now, in a dodgeball team, 6 active players will be in the court. Alright, 6 active players will be in the court. Dodgeball roster, total, we can have up to 12 players. 12 players. Okay, I repeat. Total team roster, 12 players. Now, you have 6 active players in the court. That's the reason why the PRA goes from number 1 until number 5. Because once the 6th player is eliminated, the points, opposite team scores 1 point, the game resets, and you play the game again. Immediately. You have a 30-second buffer. You can check that in the rule book as well. All right? Okay, the PRA would most probably be 5 feet away from the court. This is the exact measurement. You can check in the rule books as well. Optimal measurement. If let's say you want to extend the PRA to about 10 feet away from the court, can you do it? Yes, you can. Can you reduce the space of the PRA? You can, but it's not advised. To extend the PRA away, advised. Nearer, not advised. Okay? Because why? Why is there a 5 feet gap? Because you have ball pickers. Remember, I said, the moment the players enter the court, they are not allowed to go out. Correct? So, how are they going to get the balls that is outside of the court? They are ball pickers. Okay? Or we call them ball shaggers. In Australia, we call them shaggers. In Malaysia, we call them ball pickers. Alright? In USA, they call it ball retrievers. But the whole point is the same. To get the ball outside of the court, to bring it back in the court. Okay? Alright, you have a substitution area which is outside of the playing grounds. Alright, so again, like I said, your team roster, 12 people. 6 will be playing in court. Then you have maximum of 3 ball pickers who will help to pick the ball outside of the court. Total 9. Now what about the other 3 players? They will be in the substitution area, behind, away from the court. Can they be involved in the game? They can, if the manager asks them to come in as a ball picker or come in as an active player. Besides that, substitute players cannot get involved in the game. Okay, equipment for dodgeball. What do you need? You need a timer, you need a scoreboard, you need a match sheet. An official match sheet, I mean, if it's in India, then it'll be under the IDBF. So the IDBF has to come up with a match sheet. I believe they do have a match sheet, all right? Okay, so again, ladies and gentlemen, just to refresh your memory, this is a full-size male court. You can see it is 30 feet wide and it is 60 feet long. This here is a 10 feet gap and then there is a line. What is this line known as? This line is known as the activation line or attacking line. Okay, now what is the function of the activation line? When the game starts, you have 3 balls on the right side of the court. So if I'm standing here, my right will be there. If I'm standing here, my right will be this side. So on the right side of the court. You get me? Okay, so you have 3 balls on each side. The moment the marshal calls, that's my whistle. As a referee, you should have a loud voice. So you'll be left ready, right ready. Players immediately will run, take the ball. The ball must pass behind the activation line to activate the ball. Then only they can start throwing. Now, the name itself tells you the function. It is an activation line, which means it only happens once. When the start of the game. That's it. After that, can the players go in the activation line to throw? They can. Before the activation line, also can. In dodgeball, always remember, you can dodge anytime, you can throw anytime, you can catch anytime. Based on marshal call, marshal may say, right side, more balls, throw. But if the left side got 2 balls, can they counter shot? They can. Now this is based on strategy. Okay? As the referee, it is your job to always be alert. Okay, female court, same thing, the activation line, no difference, 10 feet away. 50 feet length. Children court, same thing also. Activation line doesn't change the distance. It is still 10 feet away. Alright, 10 feet or 3 meters. Your playing zone must be a minimum of 70 feet long and 40 feet wide. This is to allow the ball retrievers to run around. Now, please remember, ball retrievers cannot exceed to the opposite court. Okay? ball retrievers cannot exceed to the opposite court. However, there are runs or she runs, taps the ball in to their side of the court, but he fumbles and falls to the opposite side. Then what happens to the ball? It's okay, they still can use the ball. Okay? But I do not encourage it. Please don't try to do that, because there have been multiple situations whereby players clash with each other and they get injured. Unnecessary injury outside of court. Okay, this is the official dodgeball size for foam format under the World Dodgeball Federation. So if you go anywhere, you go to Finland or you go all the way to the North Pole, it's the same size ball that must be played if you're playing foam dodgeball. If you're running official tournaments, ladies and gentlemen, this is the size. Okay, you can see it in your rule books as well. So we have a 7-inch ball in diameter, and then the material is polyurethane, weightage plus minus 6 grams, 140. So nothing more than 150 grams. Number of balls is 6 balls, marked with, since I'm from Malaysia, our association is the Malaysian Association of Dodgeball. So we will have our official logo here. And then you will have a stamp, a white stamp right here. Okay? Can the Indian Dodgeball team, can you bring me the balls so you can pass around to your participants? Alright? And then you have the World Dodgeball Federation logo at the bottom. Okay? Okay, number of players in a team, again, like I said, the previous roster, this is for international tournament, yeah, 16. So for example, if the Indian team wants to send their players for the World Championship next year, a total of 16 players maximum. Now, when I said 12, that is the minimum for you to have to rotate, to have a proper game. Can you play dodgeball with 6 players? Okay, come. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the normal ball that you can see. You see that our Malaysian Association of Dodgeball logo is up there. Then it's written dodgeball. And then this white stamp here states World Dodgeball Federation official ball. So you won't get cheated if you buy unofficial balls. You know it is unofficial ball. Because it must have the stamp of an official ball. Then you can run an official tournament. Okay, now. If let's say your roster only has 6 players, can you play in a tournament? You can, but you play handicap. Why? Because at the end of the day, you need 1 ball picker at least. 1 person to run around and take the ball. So I advise, try not to go up to that extent. Alright? Substitute players, again, they stand outside of the court. Okay, we have a few player statuses. One is an active player, a live player, eliminated or dead player, and then inactive players. So inactive players are practically players that are not playing in the current set. So inactive players will be standing at the PRA. Alright? Substitute players are also known as inactive players. Now, active players are live or dead players that are playing in the current set. And then you have a live player. A live player is a player who is still in the court, still playing the game. Alright? Eliminated or dead player, they will be standing at the PRA according to their elimination. Which means, for example, if Chandru sir and me play dodgeball and I was eliminated first, I will stand at number 1. And then later on, Chandru sir gets eliminated. He will stand at number 2. And then Narasimha sir will stand at number 3. It follows that style. Okay, equipment. Now this is a very technical area, but as referees, it is very important for you to know a few things. Number 1, fingernails. Now since the ball is foam, which means it's sponge inside, yeah? When you are able, are you able to squeeze the ball all the way? Yes, you can. But please never ever do it. Few reasons why. Number 1, immediately the construct of the ball, the density of the ball will get lesser. Faster, lesser. Number 2, you may cause micro tears around the ball. Because the polyurethane and the sponge is stick together. Okay, it's just one thin layer. So if the players consistently squeeze the ball all the way and then throw the ball, you will easily destroy the ball. Okay, that's the reason why as officials, as referees, if you see a player squeezing the ball, can you give the player a warning? Can you even give the player a yellow card? You can. Remember, a bit of squeeze is fine. Ball. Yeah, the yellow, can. Okay, what do I mean by squeeze? If you squeeze all the way, you clasp your hand, the ball can go all the way down. Can I squeeze? Can I? Okay. Okay, if you squeeze, you see, the ball can go all the way, right? But this is not good for the ball. You have a hole here. The hole will allow the air to go inside. So what is the amount of squeeze that you can allow a player to grip? They can grip up to this. Because sometimes, depending on the hand size, the smaller the hand, the more grip they need. It's understandable because they want to give a throw. But you don't see the player squeezing all the way and holding the ball like that. That is bad for the ball. Okay? So it is up to your discretion as a referee to come up with a set of rules to understand how much of squeeze can you allow a player to hold the ball. Alright? Next, you also have fingernails. So fingernails, make sure it's always cut. So ladies, I'm sorry, no manicure, pedicure stuff. Alright? Now, next things, clothing, shoes. Always wear equitable shoes. Can players wear sneakers and play dodgeball? They can. I've wear sneakers and play dodgeball all the time as well. There is no set of proper equipment for you to wear as long as it's covered shoes, you have a shirt, you have a pants, you can play dodgeball. Of course, advisable, professionally, you need a team shirt, you need a team jersey, and then you need sports shoes. Okay, if you want to play dodgeball, my advice to you all, since most of you are MS and also bachelor students, I believe I've heard, and also we have people from everywhere. I'm telling you all now this. If you want the players to play dodgeball for a long period of time, shoes are one of the major factors. Please observe how they throw the ball. Okay, as coaches as well, because you're not only going to be referees, you're going to be coaches as well. So please, I advise you, look at how your players throw the ball. See their shoes. Ask the players themselves to observe their shoes. Why? Some players, they have a more insole shading. Some players, they have a more backsole shading. So based on the shoe, the way they throw, and the way the wear and tear of the shoe, you can recommend them to buy different kind of shoes. Usually, dodgeball, we recommend only basically two types. Either you wear basketball, badminton shoes, the one that has a higher insole, or you buy a sports shoe. Okay? Now, okay, back to this. Clothing, non-marking sports shoes. At the same time, what do you mean by non-marking sports shoes? Which means like studs. Can you play on the field? Case you can, but don't wear studs. Because the moment you squeeze the ball, then that's it. There's a hole in the ball. Okay? Okay, non-permitted equipments. Any equipments that deem to enhance performance in the game. Currently, the World Dodgeball Federation has started to collaborate with WADA, the World Anti-Doping Agency, to look further into doping in dodgeball. Because the sport is growing into a very big area. Therefore, of course, these type of things we have to take into consideration. Alright? Can players use grip chalk? You can use grip chalk, but at a minimal level. Not until you take the grip chalk, your hand becomes snow. Understand? Grip chalks at a minimal level. Alright? I believe badminton is very usual, and weightlifting, powerlifting, you use a lot of grip chalk. You can use grip chalk in dodgeball as well, because sometimes players' hands get sweaty. So it's understandable. Humidity. Alright? Now, gloves and other form of hand gear to aid players catching. For example, in football or futsal, hockey, goalkeepers, their glove pad is thick and it's to prevent any type of finger injuries. If you use that in dodgeball, you have an advantage. Therefore, you cannot. So dodgeball is all bare hands. Unless the player, let's say, if the player is a right-handed player, he sprained his left wrist. He's wearing a cast. Okay? He's wearing a cast or a wrist guard. Can he play if the coach allows him to play? Yes. With the agreement of a few people, the referee of the game, the match official, and the team. If they are willing to take the risk to allow the players to play, they can. No issues. Okay, Effect of an equipment, any part of the equipment that you wear is a part of you. In dodgeball, the moment you wear something, it is a part of you. My watch, my shoes, my shoelace, my shirt is a part of me. So if the ball hits any of these things, it's considered a hit. Okay? So marshals or referees, please make sure to keep a sharp eye to observe all these kinds of things. Because it's all these minor calls that sometimes, of course, we as coaches and players, we want to make sure that dodgeball is a sport where you have integrity, honesty, and sportsmanship. So try to avoid players from cheating and catch cheaters. Very important. Okay, slogans, statements, images, and advertising. In dodgeball, we do not tolerate anything that goes against the community. All right, so it's always supposed to be a very friendly tournament. As you can see, you can even contact our president, Dwayne sir, and you can talk to him one-on-one. He doesn't mind, he's a very friendly guy. So that's how friendly our community is. No matter where you are, if you play dodgeball, they are ever loving, they are ever welcoming. You can ask the Indian players that. Okay? So to keep it that way, no political, religious, sexual, or personal slogans on innerwear or jerseys are permitted. So I believe if you realize nowadays football players to celebrate, they are not allowed to remove their shirt. You realize? Last time they are allowed to. But then they realize these players, they take a lot of advantage. They put a lot of slogans or whatnot in their innerwear. So nowadays, players get carded for that. Same thing in dodgeball, also happens the same thing. So to avoid all of this is why the rule is there. Okay, the authority of the marshal or the referees. All right, referees have the utmost control and supervision in the game. In dodgeball, we have something called marshal call is final, which means that in a game, you have a maximum of up to 6 marshals. If all 6 marshals come to an agreement stating that team player A is hit, but the player is not a hit, but if the marshal call is a hit, it's a hit. Okay, that is the amount of authority you have in the game. Can the officials or can the team who disagrees with your call make an official complaint on you and your group of marshals after the game? They can. But it is after the game, not during. Yeah? Okay, so that's the reason why, my dear referees, please make sure to uphold integrity, honesty, and sportsmanship. No biasness, no favoritism. Okay, decision of the marshal is final. Oh, my shoelace. Okay, there should be no, if there is dispute, which means that if there's a disagreement between the marshals, then they will stop the game, they will call to come in the center of the court, they will discuss on the final decision, then only they will give a decision to the team captains only. Managers and coaches are not allowed to come into the discussion. Only captains are allowed. So, for example, if I'm going to stand here, I have a discussion, then I'll call, okay, team captain A, team captain B. This is what we have discussed. This is what the marshals have observed. And this is the decision that we have made. Shake hands to show that there's a mutual agreement between the marshals and the team captains. And then ask them to go back to their courts to inform their respective players. Managers and coaches stand at the side. Okay? Alright, now this is very important. Marshal or referee hand signals. Wherever you go in the world, even if you don't understand the language, I believe everyone can count 1 to 5 in English. And at the same time, you all would have to see this. It's like a traffic police sign. Okay? So you have a few. Number 1, like just now I showed you guys, you'll call left ready, right ready, beep, you blow whistle. A long blow of whistle to start the game. Then you have the 5-second rule. So what is the 5-second rule? In dodgeball, to ensure that a team must throw and the game must continue, you have a 5-second rule. How do you apply the 5-second rule? Okay, now I have 2 sides of the court. Now let's say on my left hand, team A, on my right hand, team B. In dodgeball, always remember, we go by ball aggregate first, then we go by player aggregate. Now what do I mean? I clearly see that my left side has more players compared to my right side. So I will say left side throw, more players throw. Even though you have 3 balls on the left and you have 3 balls on the right, more players have to throw. Because why? Ball aggregate is the same. The ratio is same, 3-3. So we see players. Alright? Then after team A throws to team B. Now team B has lesser players but have 4 balls. So more balls throw. Right side throw. More balls throw. When you make the call, more balls throw, in your head you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then on my right side has not thrown the ball. So I call again. More balls throw in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If there is no balls thrown until the end of the count of 1, roll ball. Which means all the balls on the right side will be rolled to the left side. So left side will get all the ball. Okay? Okay, then another thing. If let's say, again, martial count, 5, 4, 3, 2. 1 ball from the left side throws to the right side. What happens to the count? The count resets. Clear? Remember, anytime in any moment of the game, again, you can throw, you can catch, you can dodge at any time. Therefore, if the left side throws the ball, the count resets. Okay? So far, any questions? Clear? Quite confusing, right? Again? Okay. Okay, in dodgeball, we always go by ball aggregate, which means ball ratio, then only we go by player ratio. So the team that has more players or more balls will have to throw first. Now, if the ball ratio is the same, then we go by player ratio. So more players throw. But if the ball number is more, then we go more balls throw. Now, if let's say in the beginning of the game, 6 each side, 3 balls each side, how are you going to decide who is going to throw first? You decide with a coin toss. Same thing like football, right? You have a coin toss, same thing in dodgeball as well. But in dodgeball, it's a bit different. It's a bit more confusing. In dodgeball, you have first throw, you have choose court side. So for example, if me and Chandru sir are going to have a coin toss, I win the coin toss. Can I decide I throw first or I choose court? I can. So for example, I say, I want Chandru sir's team to throw first. Can. You can decide that as well. Okay? But you cannot say Chandru sir's team must play this side of the court. Cannot. You only can pick who gets to throw first. If let's say you say, we want that side of the court, then naturally his team will take the opposite side. Then they will get to choose the leftover, which means if I take court, he will get throw. So Chandru sir will say, I think Dasa's team will have to throw first. Mutual agreement. Clear? Later in the practical, when the game goes on with the help of the Indian team, then you guys will be able to see it a lot better. Alright? And of course, everyone here will get to touch the ball and you must play the game. Only if you play, you will understand. Right, next. Blocking. So this is a block sign at the head, right at the forehead. This is a block sign, okay? Bounce. What is a bounce? When the ball hits the ground and then hits the player, that is called a bounce. A bounce is not called a hit, yeah? Please remember this. Okay, how do you give a bounce sign? Please remember, block and bounce always show both sides. Which means you have to show to the team A and team B as well. You don't just show team B, bounce. Then just stay there. No. You have to show team A as well. Because maybe team A thinks that they throw and hit him. Correct? So if you only show team B, won't team A get aggravated? Won't they think the marshal is showing favoritism? So you have to show them what call you made. Okay? So always make sure, bounce or block, always show both sides. Always show both sides. Catch. This is the catch sign. Okay? Okay, so if it's at the forehead, it's a block. If it's below the hip, it's a bounce. And if it's a catch, it's at the chest. Clear? Next, dead ball. Dead ball happens when there is two balls thrown at each other in mid-air and then causes a big clash. Something like a car accident, face-to-face, crash. Everyone goes away, or everyone dies. You get the analogy? Two balls in mid-air, contact, even if it's a grace, it's considered a dead ball. So what happens if a dead ball hits a player? No count. Okay? Next is a hit. So how does a marshal call a hit? You blow the whistle, pit, hit. So for example, if Chandru sir gets a hit at his pants, pit, hit, show. Always show. Back, show. Shoes, show. Hair, show. Always show the player where they get the hit. This tells two things. Number one, they would know where they got the hit. Number two, it also shows you are not sleeping in the game. You are keeping an eye. Clear? Because sometimes player will take advantage. They'll see, oh, the marshal is so okay, the referee is not paying much attention, I'll play things my way, I'll get away with a lot of things. Okay? So please keep an eye out. Okay, whistle signals. Very important. If you guys want to take a picture of this, you can take a picture of this. Okay, because this is the official whistle signals. One long blow indicate the pause of a game. Two short blows to indicate a timeout. Let me use my whistle. Okay, one long blow. Pause the game. Two short blows to indicate a timeout. Again, So when you do a T sign, it's a timeout. Alright? Timeout. The manager can call ref. So the referee will see when the game has already subsided in excitement, then they'll do the two short blow. Team B, timeout. How long is the timeout? 1 minute. Okay, next. Three short blows indicates a fall or penalty. This is seldom used. So usually what we'll do is three short blows only happens when the player gets aggravated. For example, if I'm going to call a player on team B, it's a hit. Player's like, no, I don't want to do anything. But the game is still continuing. You have to stop the game. So you do three short blows. Walk towards the player, explain to the player. The player still insists. Then you call the marshal to the center of the court, make a call, and then call the team captain, explain to them the situation, and then they will tell the player. Okay? This is the formality purposes, yeah? I know it's a 2-day, very short course, so you gotta cramp up as much as you can. Alright? Okay, one short and one long blow indicate the end of a set. That is to indicate the end of a half. In an official dodgeball tournament, the game is 40 minutes. Okay? An official dodgeball tournament is 40 minutes. So it's 20 minutes, one half. So when one half ends, blow the whistle, let the team switch side, then play another half. In the second part of the marshalling, you guys will see sudden death, etc., etc. Okay, multiple short blows indicate a pause of the game. Assistant. Alright, now, the assistant head marshal's function is to assist the head marshal in running the program successively. Okay, you can have a maximum of up to 5 assistant head marshals because the line refs are also known as assistant head marshals. Okay, before we go to Q&A, I would like to go towards the second slide. Okay, shall we continue? Just a short one, then you guys can ask me all the questions you want. Alright? Let's go very fast. Okay, the match, like I said, is 20 minutes, one half. And you have a lot of sets in the game. So one game is known as a match, all right? You have a full 40 minutes match. If the team wins 1 point, that is the end of a set. How many sets can you have in dodgeball? Multiple sets. Okay? A team can play 20 sets, that is 20 points. Okay? So you just know that 1 point is 1 set. Now the set will restart when a team has eliminated all 6 players on one half of the court, and the balls must be reset in the middle of the court, as like just now. So which means the ball have to be reset on the right side of your court. You have 30 seconds to set the ball. Now, for example, Team B is winning 1-0 against Team A. They played 20 minutes. They only managed to win 1 point in 18 minutes. There is still another 2 minutes. Okay? You have to set the game. But the players don't want to rush the ball. What they do is they just stand around holding the ball. They don't want to set the ball. What does the referee do? Referee can call, pit, player, set the ball. Faster, you have time. They don't listen, pit, yellow card. And when the yellow card goes, it doesn't go to the player, it goes to the team. Team yellow card. It's a big offense. Because, again, in dodgeball, it is a very fair, friendly community. So we just want to have fun in the game. As much as it is competitive, you can also make it friendly. Alright? So you have a 30-second buffer. The ball must be set in 30 seconds. Alright, now, sudden death. Sudden death happens only after you have finished the whole time. For example, if you play a 40 minutes game, at the end of 20 minutes, that is the end of one half of the match, correct? Now, if let's say after 20 minutes of playing, once the game has crossed over 20 minutes, Marshal blows whistle. Sudden death, usually Marshal will call like this. So, 5, game ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sudden death. Left side, 3 players. Right side, 5 players. Players on baseline. Ready? So that's how the marshal calls. Alright? So, for example, if the left side has 3 players, right side has 5 players, then what about the balls? The balls also reset. 3 balls on each side. The game starts back. However, there is a major difference in sudden death. In sudden death, there is no opening rush. That's the reason why all players will be at baseline, and the balls will also be with the players. Next, there is no blocking. In dodgeball, you can throw, you can dodge, you can catch, and you can block, which means you use a ball to block the opposite ball. In sudden death, there is no blocking. You cannot do that. The moment you do blocking, it's considered a hit. That's the only difference. Okay? That is the only difference. Alright, again, like I said, timeout is actually 60 seconds, not 30 seconds. Okay, if let's say the team plays, okay, we have, after you play 40 minutes, after sudden death mode, draw, 5-5. You need to find a winner, correct? If in football, you have a penalty shootout. In dodgeball, we have a tiebreaker. So what do we do in a tiebreaker? It is a 4 minutes normal mode game, which means you can do dodging, blocking, catching, throwing. Okay? 4 minutes tiebreaker. The first team to win a point in that 4 minutes will be the winner of the match. If let's say, after 4 minutes, you still have players on court, you go into sudden death mode. No time limit. They have to play. If it is a 1 hour sudden death, it is a 1 hour sudden death. You have to ref for that 1 hour until they find a winner. Okay, opening rush. When you start the ball, the marshal will call again. Left ready, right ready, pit. you blow the whistle. Players on the right side run, they can do an opening rush. So what is the function of an opening rush? To get an advantage of elimination speed. Because the goal or the rule is that a ball must cross the activation line. That is the rule. So if the ball crosses the activation line, for example, if I stand here, I am outside of the activation line. My teammate takes the ball and he passes the ball to me. Is the ball activated? The ball is activated. Can I take the ball and throw towards the opponent? I can. So that is a strategy. It's a gameplay. We call it an opening rush. Or in Malaysia, we call it shotgun. We also have double shotgun. We also have seen triple shotgun. Okay? Now, can you have, how many ball retrievers can you have? Maximum, you need 3. Now, opening rush strategy depends on the team. Okay? So, we have 3 balls for opening rush, right? Can you have 3 runners for the ball? You can. But I advise not to. Because the more players run in front, the more chances of them getting eliminated fast. So usually we have 1 or 2 players to run, to take the ball. Next. False start. Okay. In the rule book, you also have something called false start. Now what is a false start? False start is this. If I'm going to stand on the line, I'm ready. Okay, marshal call. Left ready, right ready. You step forward, you go away. Beep. False start, left side, first warning. Clear? The moment the player ends, the false start rule applies throughout the entire match against the team. Clear? Okay? So if team A versus team B, team A does 2 false start. In that match, does it carry forward to the match team A versus team C? It doesn't. Clear? Again, I repeat. False starts does not carry forward to the next match. False starts doesn't carry forward. Okay. Elimination of an opening rush. Ladies and gentlemen, through 2022's rulebook, these are a few, to be honest, the rulebook doesn't have this, but this is the updated discussion where the captains and managers have come to, together with the World Dodgeball Federation rules. Okay? I have to tell you all this since you're going to be running events throughout the entire India. Number 1, in opening rush, if let's say a player who has an inactive ball takes the ball and he throws to the opponent and it hits, it is not considered a hit. Obvious reasons, the ball is inactive. Now, if let's say I am standing here, the person on team B throws the ball at me, he is throwing an inactive ball or an inactive ball. I catch the ball. Is it considered a catch? It's a catch. It's a bit confusing, right? But this is the agreement that has been done at the world stage. Okay? So, in opening rushes, if a player throws the ball, be it active or inactive, if the opponent catches the ball, it is a catch. Okay? Marshal signal for opening rush is the same thing. Ready? Beat. Elimination, these are all in your rule book. I will not go through it. Okay, catching has to be firm. Player must have pure contact on the ground, or depending on the game of play. What do I mean by game of play? For example, if 2 balls are thrown at a player at the exact moment, he catches 1 ball and he gets hit, it is called a catch and hit. Understand? But if he misses to catch the first ball, he catches the second ball, it is called a hit and catch. So, if it's a hit and then a catch, it is not counted. Clear? Okay, now, if blocking is very simple, you use a ball and you block. You block the ball that is coming from the opposition side. Again, if you see the rule book, you have cloth style and you have foam style. In cloth style, the ball, when you hold it, until your wrist, it is a part of you. So if you block the ball and it hits your wrist, it is still considered a block. But we are talking about foam dodgeball. 6-style dodgeball. 6-style dodgeball, when you hold the ball, it is a part of you. So if it grazes your fingernail, it's a hit. It grazes your wrist, it's a hit. So the way you block a ball is also very important. Okay? So referees always keep a ear out. You, with experience, you will be able to differentiate the sound. The sound is very important. Okay, dodging in dodgeball, usually I will tell my players or I will advise to all the upcoming coaches and anyone, it depends on the player's imagination and skill. Some players, they are more flexible than others. Some players, they need a bit more of encouragement to dodge. But sometimes, the lesser the dodge, the better. Okay, I've seen players who stand like this. And they survive throughout the whole 20 minutes. I've seen players who jump like him, high up, 4 feet, 5 feet, and still get hit. Completely depends on the player. Okay? Whatever they do in the court, the marshal cannot comment. If the player wants to break dance in the court, can they do a break dance in the court? They can. If they survive, then fantastic. You just enjoy the whole showmanship, I guess. Alright, ball retrievers, ball shaggers, or ball pickers. Right? A maximum of 3. They cannot exceed into the line of the court. If you all can see the stage here, there's a big tape that is in front. Now, if let's say I am a ball picker, alright, and I'm standing right at the back of the line of the court, can I step on the line of the court? I cannot. What happens when I step the line of the court? Ball picker gets the first warning, and when the ball that the ball picker is holding, you have to roll to the opposite side. Okay? Now, can I do this then? Can I step near the line and put my hand in the court? You can. That one can. But I advise not to. Because 6-foam dodgeball, all 6 balls will be flying non-stop. So you will disrupt the game. So how do you give a best way for you to play dodgeball with ball pickers? You pass the ball to the person who is standing on the right and left side of the court, and they roll the ball into the court. That is the best. So referees just stay alert for ball shaggers. Now, ball retrievers are people who play a very, very important role in dodgeball. But at the same time, as a referee, if you are standing to watch the game, the ball pickers, if they block your view, you have to push them aside. Tell them nicely. Because I've seen referees, okay, I've also advised a lot of my own Malaysian referees. Professionalism is very important. Just because you're an official doesn't give you the right to treat other people like donkeys. Tell them, move aside, I cannot see. You're blocking my view. Okay? Don't raise your voice. Now, procedures following elimination. Once the player is eliminated, they will stand at the PRA. That is common. Okay, once the player gets a catch, the team gets a catch, one player is revived, correct? They cannot enter anywhere besides the back line, the baseline. You must always run and enter from the back. The moment the player, if let's say this is the sideline, and I am standing here, and I step into the sideline to play the game, referee blows the whistle, invalid entry, player goes out to the PRA again. I repeat, players can only enter by the back line. Always come in from the back, never in from the side. Reason being is because one of our Malaysian players, a lot of years back, what he did was, there was no such rules that players can only enter from the back. So, from the PRA, he ran, he somersaulted into the court, take a ball and rush to the opposite opponent. Why? Because the sideline is the entire court, correct? So if the players are allowed to enter anywhere, you can even enter right near the attacking line, take the ball and throw at the opponent. So to avoid advantage, we have come up with this rule. Players are only allowed to come into the court through the baseline. So referees, keep an eye out for this. Yeah? 5-second rules is done. Retrievers done. Dismissal. Okay. Yellow card and red card offenses. As referees, this is one of our biggest responsibilities. In dodgeball, we do not tolerate any type of misbehaviors. Okay? And this is where I said again, the yellow card rule also, ladies and gentlemen, it does not apply to the following set. For example, if Dasa gets 1 yellow card in match 1, will the yellow card be carried forward to match 2? It won't. Yellow card is not carried forward. I repeat, yellow carried forward throughout the entire tournament. Yellow card not carried forward. Okay? Number 1. Number 2, 2 yellow cards will make a red card. Now, what is the reason for, what is the penalty for a red card? If a player gets a red card, he will have to forfeit the following 2 matches. So match 1, 2 and 3, he is not allowed to play. Match 4, he can play. You get me? Alright? Red card. Dasa gets a red card. Dasa playing in match 1. So, Dasa will be immediately eliminated. He cannot play match 2 and match 3. But can he play match 4? He can play match 4. Red card only applies for 2 consecutive games. Alright? Team red card, eliminated from the whole tournament. Okay, clear? Team yellow card, carry forward throughout the whole tournament. Team red card, eliminated from the whole tournament. Okay, yellow card offenses. Show dissent by word or action, persistent infringement, delay of restart of play. Like I said, if they just stand, they just make don't know, they don't want to reset the game, you can give them a yellow card. Okay? Fails to respect the required action, enters or re-enters the field of play without marshal permission, deliberately leaves the field of play, continuous invalid throw. Now, again, this 15.4.6 enters or re-enters the field of play without marshal permission. At the heat of the game, if let's say Team A catches a ball, Team A player can run in and go inside the court. They can. Not necessarily Team A catch, you blow whistle, Team A catch, okay, player go inside, then you observe the player going inside. You have a lot more work to do. You better observe the game. Clear? Because you have your marshals on the opposite side, you have a few other marshals in the court, they can observe for you as well. Okay, yellow card violences, no profanities, okay, no any type of physical or verbal profanities, no curse words, okay, no curse words towards the opposition, most importantly. For example, if the player gets frustrated, then they start, maybe out of frustration, they curse, but they curse because they didn't get the result that they wanted. I leave it to the discretion of the marshal. Sometimes the marshals are, okay, I understand this player frustration. But if the player looks at you and the player scolds you, you can cut him. If the player looks at the opposition player and consistently provokes them, you can cut them. Now what happens when a player gets a yellow card? The player will immediately go to the penalty area for 5 minutes. What about substitute get yellow card? Yes, ball pickers can get yellow card. Ball picker yellow card is a lot worse compared to normal players yellow card, which means you only have 2 ball pickers, so 1 ball picker down. Number 2, one of the players who are active in the court eliminated. I repeat, 1 ball picker gets a yellow card, leaves the court, so you only have 2 ball pickers left for the set. Then, one of the players who are playing in the court, if less players, so among the 2, 1 person must decide to go out of the court and stand at the PRA, which means that you immediately friendly fire, in a sense, eliminate one of your teammates. That is the penalty for ball picker yellow card. Why ball picker yellow card is more serious or severe compared to a player yellow card? Because ball pickers have the advantage to run around the court, which means that the nearest point of contact to the opposition side is ball picker. So if I can stand at the edge of the court and I can provoke the opposition player, I can consistently provoke the opposition player, correct? That is a type of strategy, mental game. You go for mental game. But there is a limit to the mental game as well. So as a referee, it is on to your discretion how much of mental game you want to allow your players to have. Red card offenses, Of course, severe fighting, violence, okay, player or team gets a yellow or red card. Oh, okay. Finally, black card. Now, a black card in Malaysia, what happens is if a player gets a black card, they will be banned for a year or more depending on their severity of the action. Okay? So, this issuance of black card will only be given by the official authority. Marshals are not allowed to give a black card. Only official authority, which means under the Indian Dodgeball Federation, there will be a subcommittee of rules and regulations or disciplinary committee. So by the disciplinary sports committee of the Indian Dodgeball Federation, they will have an investigation, carry out the investigation, and then they will come up with the result to maintain the red card or to give a black card to the player, depending on the mistake the player have done. Voila, I'm done. So, ladies and gentlemen, any questions? You have any doubts anywhere you want me to repeat again, any other things as well, you can ask me, I can answer to you.
Just a question on the bounce, if you could deliberate more. You said that bounce is not considered a hit in your presentation. So if it bounces off the mat or it bounces off a player and touches somebody, it's not considered a hit. If you could explain more, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, because we focus on rules and regulations, it is my mistake. I forgot to put a very important slide. We have something called live ball, dead ball in dodgeball. All right? A live ball, dead ball concept. Now, this is a very important concept in dodgeball. Why? Because it's only through live ball and understanding what is a live ball, what is a dead ball, you as a referee and a coach are able to produce better players. So what is a live ball? A live ball is a ball the moment the player releases the ball, he throws the ball, it is out of his hand, he gives life to it. Okay? Like a moving car. You drive the car, it moves. Correct? So it's alive. Now, when the live ball hits a player, it is considered a hit. But if the live ball is caught, it is considered a catch. Now here's the more technical part. If I throw a live ball to the opposite side, it hits Mr. Chandru and then it hits Mr. Reddy. Is it called one hit or double kill? It's a double kill. A live ball, until the ball is still on air, it does not hit any other dead object, it is considered a live ball. So what is the dead object in dodgeball, in the court? Number one, your ball pickers. If the ball hits the ball picker and then hits the player in court, is it considered a hit? No, because the ball picker is a dead player. He is outside of the court. If the ball hits the marshal and then hits the player, it is not considered a hit. The referee is a dead object in a sense, a dead object. The court, the bounce. If the ball hits the floor, is the floor a live object? It is not. So the moment the ball hits the floor and then hits the player, it is considered a dead ball. Or we call it a bounce. We give a call a bounce. Why do we give a call a bounce? Sometimes players, professionally, will start to squat down. We try to reduce our circumference. Then we hold two balls to block. Okay? Then sometimes they can go even smaller. So the moment we go up to this small size, if a ball is thrown at a very low level, maybe the ball hits the ground here and then only hits the player. It's a very, specific technical call. Only the referee can be able to see that shot. Sometimes players themselves, they'll be like, oh, I think I got a hit. Then you say, no, it's a bounce first. You get what I mean? So that's why the moment the ball hits the floor and then hits the player, it is called a bounce. It's a dead ball. Clear? You understand, ma'am? Do you understand? Okay? All right, now, we have something else in dodgeball. Ball. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, third concept, trap ball. Now, what is a trap ball? A trap ball happens when The ball hits a dead object and a live player at the same time. This usually happens when in the heat of the game. For example, if I'm standing here, a ball is thrown and it hits me and the floor at the same time. The point of contact is at the same time. That is called a trap ball. So what is the call of a trap ball? It's a hit. No discussion, hit. Clear? Again, if it's a trap ball, it is a hit. Alright? It's a out, it's a out. Now, so with using this concept, I need to hear from the crowd. I throw a ball to the crowd. It hits 1, 2, 3 people, and then the fourth person catches the ball. Is it a catch or a hit? Who says a catch? Raise your hand. Is it a catch or a hit? Player 2, player 3. Player number 4 manages to catch the ball before it hits the ground. Is it a catch or a hit? Who says it's a catch? Who says it's a hit? Raise your hand. You got to understand the concept better. A live ball is a ball when released to the opposite side. If player 1 gets hit the ball and then player 2 catches the ball, the player 1 acts like a mirror, a reflector. So if player 2 still catches the ball, it's still a catch. It is considered a catch. Alright? So, it happens in any manner. For example, if I try to catch, but I'm unable to catch, Erica catches the ball, it's a catch. If let's say, if I don't catch, Erica doesn't catch, Chandru catches the ball, Mr. Chandru catches the ball, it's a catch. Can players do a lot of things in the court to catch the ball? For example, in volleyball, we have a receiver, correct? Now, if let's say you play a receiver, you receive the ball, you actually tap the ball up and you catch the ball. Is it a catch? Player throws the ball, you tap the ball and you catch the ball. Is it a catch? It's a catch. It's still a catch. Why? Because the ball flies towards the player. The player, instead of catching the ball, hits first. And the ball is still in the air. Live ball, as long as it doesn't hit a dead object, it is a live ball. That's all you have to remember. Okay? So no matter what type of strategy the player uses, if the ball is still in the air, it is still a catch. Now, let's make it more confusing. Recently, it happened in Malaysia as well, again. The ball hits me, and the ball flies to the opposite side. My friend jumps and catches the ball. Is it a catch? Is it a catch? It's a catch. Now, let's make it more complicated. The ball hits me, and the ball flies outside of the line, outside of the game boundaries. My friend jumps and taps the ball into the court boundary, and then my teammate catches the ball. Is it a catch? Correct. Very good. You understand the concept. As long as the ball is not hitting the ground, it is a catch. It's like a basketball rebound, you know? Yes. Any other questions? Sorry? Oh, timeouts. Okay, official tournament, you have 2 timeouts throughout the whole game. You can use the timeouts at any time. Anytime. Yeah, if let's say you have 2 timeouts and you want to use both the timeouts at one shot, also can. Sorry? 60 seconds, 1 minute. In the rule book, it's written 30 seconds, but the new one is 60 seconds. It's 1 minute. Sorry? One point. It's the same like football. If the team wins 3-0, winning point is 3 points. Correct, in a match. For you to put it in a league. Same thing. In dodgeball, the game can go up to 20-0, 15-0. But the point that the team wins is a win. It's still a 3. Draw is a 1, lose is a 0. No, 6 players out. Every time 6 players are out, you get 1 point. 1 point. In the whole match, please do not get confused. Don't get confused between matches and league points. When an organizer runs a tournament, you need to find a winner. Okay? So for winning, you get 3 points. For draw, you get 1. For losing, you get 0. I believe this is standard throughout most of the sport. What I mean is, in dodgeball, you have something called a set. A set ends when all 6 players gets eliminated from the court. So we have a 20-minute game. Let's say 20 minutes of game. Team A eliminates Team B in 1 minute. All 6 players are out. You still have 19 minutes to play. That is the end of 1 set. So for example, in 19 minutes, can Team A and B play 20 sets? Maybe they can. Then you have another half. You play another 20 sets. You play 40 sets. Team A, Team B. Team B wins 15 points. Team A wins 5 points. So what is the final score for Team B when it goes into the league? 3 points. You guys understand the concept? So you understand? Okay. Same question. 5 minutes. Yeah, 25, 20. The half time, depending on the organizer, can be reduced as well. 3 minutes, 1 minute half time, depends on the organizer. If you want to run a tournament, it is not necessary for you to run 40 minutes of game. No. You can run 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. For example, for our Asia Pacific Invitational API, we played a 15-minute game only. There is no time limit for a player to hold the ball. If the player holds the ball for the whole 20 minutes, they hold the ball for the whole 20 minutes. There is no time limit. No time limit, no. For you to hold the ball, there is no time limit. You can hold the ball how long you want. Player substitution only happens after the end of a set. So for example, again, yes, no. Every set, for example, if you have 20 minutes of game, the first set ends in 3 minutes. If the coach wants to replace all 6 players, they can. And then you play another game. You play another 3 minutes. You want to substitute another 6 inside, you can. Substitution has no limit. It is up to the coach and manager and captain. Their choice. Penalty time, we call it tiebreaker. Tiebreaker, 4 minutes, normal game. It is a bit different, right? Technical points, I don't get you. In those, okay. If we are talking about technical points, every official game, for example, if Indian Dodgeball Federation wants to run a league, you have to record every game. Okay. Now, based on the recording, which means post-match, player team A is caught cheating that point. So what can happen? You can have a few penalties. Maybe the team has to forfeit the next match, or the team will have to forfeit the whole that whole match. So player team B will get the point. And that is, I believe that is what you're talking about. Yeah. So technical points always comes post-match, not during the match. Yeah. Yes, I saw a raise of hands. Anyone just now? Yes? Sorry? If a player gets injured, alright? If a player gets injured, alright? If a player gets injured, what do? Number 1, stop the game. Number 2, if the player is really badly injured, you substitute the player. No problem. Any other questions?
Okay, Darshan. Now, okay, Darshan. Now, the player gets 2 yellow cards, then finally he'll get a. You allowing the player to stay in the court, or you send the red card person to out?
By rule book, the moment the player gets a red card, they forfeit the next 2 matches. Then after that, they are allowed to play the following match. The player who gets the red card at the current match will forfeit the game. They cannot play the game. He will go out of the court.
Yes.
The player has to go out of the court.
The player has to go out. If continuously commit a mistake and referee shows the red card, the moment the same player cannot be stand inside the court. He should be outside the court.
Yeah, they will go out of the court boundaries. They will stay at the substitution area. That match and the following 2 matches, they will only be in the substitution area. They cannot go into the court boundaries. They cannot be ball pickers. They are removed from all activities around the court. Any other questions? I'll take one last one. Sir, your question, sir. Oh yeah, sir. Yeah. Man-to-man substitution. A substitution can only be made after the end of a set. You can have continuous multiple substitutions. Non-stop. Yes, provided only after the end of a point, the end of a set. Injuries, you will, if the player has an injury, then they will have to, you will call your medical team to check if the player can continue or not. Player cannot continue, you can have a substitute player inside to substitute the player. The time will have to stop, of course. The time must stop. Yeah. Sir? Next. Or we will have a practical session downstairs for a while. Okay, I'll take one final question. Yes, sir.
There is a boundary. There is a boundary, right? So certain boundaries they have put some net. If the ball crosses the net and goes outside too far, so the retrievers has to go and get the ball.
I like your question. Okay. Every court is advised to have an extra set of balls. So for example, we have 6 balls being played. By the referee or by the technical team, you will have another set of ball ready. So like your question, sir, if the ball flies too far, okay, because the court is too near, the ball flies away to court 3, 4, the technical team will pass another ball to the respective team. That's it. To make the game go faster. If not, the referee has to pause the time, wait for the ball, let the ball come, blow the whistle, let the game to continue. Yeah. This happened in API as well. I believe the India team would have experienced it. Right, a lot of balls flying haywire here and there. Yeah. All right. Based on the organizers, we are going to have a short 15-minute demonstration downstairs. Right, Vijay? Yeah. So 15 minutes of demonstration just for you all to see practically how the game is played. And then after that, we'll go for lunch. Yeah? So I'll pass over back to the organizer. Thank you so much. You've been a very lovely crowd.
One minute. I request just 1 minute silence. All the representatives, just 1 minute attention. Please sit down. Just for this training program, those who are registered and those who are willing to buy the t-shirt, we have extremely designed with the World Dodgeball logo and Indian Dodgeball logo. this t-shirt. It is cost of only 280 rupees. Those who are registered, so 290 rupees. So you can buy this t-shirt. And we have even another one, tracksuit, few pieces are there. So this one, track pant, we are using for the national level referees. We are using, this is also, it is good for everyone. This is just for few pieces we have. This is 220 rupees, that's all. Track pant is 220 and t-shirt is sublimation t-shirt 290. Even only 10 pieces referee t-shirts are there, so that is 280. So those who are registered only first preference, then afterwards we will give to others. Only we have 70 pieces, that's all. Please, those who are interested, you can buy. Thank you. It is not included t-shirt. Auditorium.
ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಬೆಳಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇಗುಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತೋದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆ ಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ.
Hello, check. Test.
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆ ಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾ.
Hi everyone. I would like to thank the CEO of Indian Dodgeball Federation, Mr. Chandrasekhar, the Secretary General of Indian Dodgeball Federation, Mr. Narasimha Reddy. I would like to extend my thanks to the President of the World Dodgeball Federation, Mr. Dwayne Wazinski, for consistently, and also the WDBF team for consistently supporting the growth of dodgeball throughout every nation, no matter big or small. I would also like to extend my thanks to President of the Asia Dodgeball Federation and the Malaysia Dodgeball Federation, Malaysian Association of Dodgeball, MAD, Dato Radhakrishnan for always being on my side and supporting me for the growth of dodgeball in and outside of Malaysia. So I'm here today in Mangalore University in Mangalore. Mangalore University in Mangalore. And we have about 250 participants, together with about 100 plus people who are going to take the referee examination for 6-foam style dodgeball here. It is a great initiative done by the Indian Dodgeball Federation to promote 6-foam dodgeball throughout India in all near 30 states. So I've heard their vision and mission, and it's fantastic to, of course, if this is for the positive growth of the Indian Dodgeball Federation, I believe that the World Dodgeball Federation and the Asian Dodgeball Federation will be always at the back of the Indian Dodgeball Federation. Yeah, so if you are nearby, then by all means, I implore you to come and join us for the program. Maybe you get to see for yourself how fun 6-foam dodgeball is, and maybe you have a chance to play along with us. Thank you. Alright, so talking about so many people, I forgot about myself. I'm Dasataran V. Subramaniam. I am the General Secretary for the Asia Dodgeball Federation, as well as the Malaysian Association of Dodgeball. I'm an international dodgeball coach, certified by the world body, and I'm here to help assist the Indian Dodgeball Federation in growing their sport properly, with proper formats, proper paperwork, etc. in India. Thank you so much.
I am Chandrasekhar. I am the CEO of the Dodgeball Federation of India. And the idea of here to get into all the state units as well as the participant, as he has mentioned around 250 athletes, and the official have come from different states. Especially we have today a great personality like Rakim from Rajasthan and Finland coach. He was here, and this is all done by our Federation Secretary Mr. Narasimha Reddy, who is the one man behind. We have gotten him who came to me to develop this dodgeball is introduced in India, especially by him, and he is going to promote in the national level, international level, and we have a plan, and on his effort we can able to participate in the specific Asian championship at Malaysia recently, and Indian players were played very well. In that slide, 2,000 people have surrounded in that competition. India is also a part of that. In that slide, we found the secretary and the president of the Asia and the World Dodgeball, and for discussing with the federation, I have promised them to promote this game in the area of Indian continental as an across the country by introducing in the schools, colleges and the university. And the special thanks to the Register Mangalore University and the chairman of the physical education department, Mr. D'Souza, and the visit, he was the one person who was recommended from Mangalore, especially from Karnataka, who has gone abroad and secured his certificate, and he is the man behind to develop as a coach and another coach like Rajesh. All these people were working. I am confident to induct this team to the government level, and we will try our best to recognize in the university as well as the government and MUS. With all the athlete support and the next future we have a national level championship, and based on that performance we have a lineup with a world dodgeball participating in the Asian Championship 2024, then World Cup and World Championship. I hope everybody has enjoyed the game of a small area, sir, containing around 60 by 30. It is like in a badminton court. It is an historical game, and in that we are promised here jointly we work together and see that that our performance will be reached in the top level within the few years. Thank you so much for all your the encouragement done by the Mangalore, especially for the register and the chairman of the physical education director, and Mr. Reddy, who is here day and night, who works, and I am confident today we have got 250 peoples, athletes and officials. The next course of an action, it will be the 1,000 peoples. Thank you so much once again.
Good day for all of them. Today, in the Indian history, Indian Dodgeball and World Dodgeball, we are having a good training program around the Indian country, all over the states. Many participants are participated. So this opportunity I want to utilize to thank our Mangalore University Vice Chancellor and Register of Mangalore University has given a very good opportunity to introduce the dodgeball in our country with training session. And also I extend my sincere thanks to Department of Physical Education Chairman, Director, Dr. Gerald Santosh D'Souza sir. He has taken very good initiative, and his constant support we are able to conduct this program in Mangalore University Department of Physical Education. It is very useful, and more participants are joined in this session, and also they are getting all this rules dodgeball, and also my sincere thanks to goes to Mr. Duin Sir, World Dodgeball Federation. They are given an opportunity for me to introduce the dodgeball in around the country, and also I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Radhakrishna sir is the Dattu Radhakrishna sir is Malaysian Dodgeball Association President and also Asian Dodgeball Federation President. So he has given me a lot of support and very good support for organizing this session. I sincere thanks to Dattu Radhakrishna sir, and also my sincere thanks to Sri Dasa V. Subramaniam from Malaysian Dodgeball Federation Secretary and Asian Dodgeball Federation Secretary. Without him, today we are not able to organize this program. He has come over from Malaysia, and here he is taking the training session of theory and practical, and he is giving the information about the dodgeball. So in our country, many of them are playing this dodgeball game, known as, earlier we are playing with different, but now we are playing with the world dodgeball rules, according to the world dodgeball rules. I am very happy to say today more than 250 people have been come for registration and they are attending this program. I also tell you, so the India is participated in international championship already, Asian Pacific Championship, and next the coming events also we are participating for the Asian Championship and also followed by international championships and World Cup Championship also. Here we are working for promotion of the dodgeball along with the World Dodgeball and Malaysian Asian Dodgeball Championship, and all rules and regulations we are just following as the direction which given by the world. And Indian clubs also we want to introduce for the club tournament for the Indian teams. If any companies come forward to register, so we are ready to give affiliation for the clubs, and also the MNC companies also they are requesting, if they come forward we are going to give for the club registration. And around the country, many states we have already affiliated, more than 20 states we have affiliation. If any other states people are ready to carry this dodgeball in their own state to promote, we are almost welcome everyone. So we are giving the opportunity by the Indian Dodgeball Federation. So all those who want, you can go to our website and you can contact us. So Indian Dodgeball is making a remarkable introduction and promotion to the dodgeball in our country. So all of them, I wish, so this information, it is very useful for you. So all you can go to the Indian Dodgeball Federation website, www.dodgeball.co.in, for the more information every day. So we will upload our all the activities. And now we have the next national level championship in Haryana state in the month of October. Dates has been tentatively we'll announce. So those states representatives and secretaries are interested. So you can contact me for the state affiliation and you can participate in the national championship. And also we'll be having junior championship in the state of Maharashtra and sub-junior championship we have in Madhya Pradesh. So all the states you can prepare your teams. Thank you very much. For this big opportunity as provided by the Mangalore University has given very good opportunity. I say special thanks to Mangalore University Vice Chancellor, Registrar Sir, and also Department of Physical Education, Mangalore University, Dr. Gerard D'Souza Sir, and also Mr. Vijay Kumar is the person who behind this program to make this success. So all of them, once again I will thank you for the Mangalore University and
the Department of Physical Education of Mangalore, and also the support of live coverage by the Mangalore University Computer Center. So thank you so much for the Mangalore University Computer Center giving this support. Thank you very much, one and all. You can catch me in the Dodgeball website, Indian Dodgeball website. Thank you.
ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು
ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ದಿನಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇಗುಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತೋದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
enthusiast to go ahead further and based on those principles, develop certain techniques, find out what techniques or what fitness is required for dodgeball, then prepare a body of knowledge, go for research, get some papers, and what exactly is required for dodgeball, what exactly physiological demands for dodgeball. All right. So on this occasion, I would like to do a certain. These are my contents of the presentation. First, we'll go for different kinds of fitness. Then we'll go for the energy systems and how we can implement this for dodgeball. Yeah, next. So introduction to fitness, as we all know, certain things as physical education personnel, we all know these things, many of these things, so I'll just go through it fast. So as you all know, fitness is something which we are able to do without much fatigue. That is, whatever work you do, you should be able to do that with ease, not by unduly getting tired. And what are the purpose of fitness? Purpose of fitness is one thing, to develop competitive fitness, competitive when you are competing in competitions. And even if you're not in competition, some people have that develop fitness for the purpose of hobby. You know, I want to be so strong, I want to achieve certain things, I want to run so fast. That is hardcore fitness. And enthusiastic fitness, that is they're interested in fitness. Then general fitness, going for walk, general and health fitness. So while we train, these are certain things which we should understand. Right? The times are changing nowadays. You know that Indians are coming up in international level also. At one point of time, some 10 years back, we couldn't even dream of getting an Olympic, forget an Olympic medal, we couldn't even dream of getting into the finals of Olympics. When P.T. Usha got 4th place, that was the highest, and it got, it got publicized for many, many years afterwards also. P.T. Usha got the 4th place. But right now, we have a gold medal in javelin throw also, and so many athletes are doing so well in junior events at the international level. Why is this? Because of the improvement in sports sciences, because of the improvement in training methods, training knowledge, nutrition knowledge, because all those things play a role in international excellence. So here the principle of progression, as you all know, we have to progress, that is overload principle we say, that is if today if you're doing so much, tomorrow we have to keep on increasing the load, we have to increase the load so that our body gets adapted and we become more and more fitter. Then continuity, this is one important thing which we people don't understand or we don't think we understand. Continuity. We play for 1 month a year and we expect to achieve gold medals or achieve to do excellence. That is not possible, because continuity means there should be consistency in practice, right? We are in the university level here. We have seen in the last 20 years before, even if you practice for 1 month or 2 months a year, we could have achieved something into university level, but not nowadays. Nowadays, only those universities which have a sports hostel kind of setup only win. They only achieve just by practicing for 15 days camp won't help you at all. So principle of continuity is important. Principle of specificity in the sense, you can go for general training, but at the same time, at least 75% of your training should be very specific. Now, when you come to dodgeball, what is required for dodgeball? Dodgeball, of course, I still have to see the game exactly, but as far as I understand dodgeball, mainly you require shoulder strength, you require the power, you require the accuracy, you require the jumping power, you require reflexes, reactions, and vision, very important. So how much practice you are giving to these things? It's not enough just if you play the game, go for the gym and all, but this specific kind of, this general fitness, general strength should be translated to specific fitness. So specificity is important. Overload, like I said, overload is important. Principle of adaptability comes through all these other principles. When there is consistency, your body adapts. I tell my students, we improve because of adaptation. Human being adapts. Only by running consistently over kilometers and kilometers, your aerobic system adapts. We do not think and improve. But we get conditioned and improve. We adapt and improve. Without thinking, our body adapts. Right? Then reversibility. Reversibility here, if you stop practice, you go back to zero. You go back to ground zero. Again, you have to start from zero. For that purpose, even at the end of the season, you don't go for a complete rest, but you just go for a transition phase. Then load and recovery. Load and recovery, I can't you can't overstress on load and recovery, because that's the most important thing, one of the most important things in training. Because many of us, if it was only load, I think many of us would have become Olympic champions. They say if just by practice, if I could achieve something, many of us would have become, but that's not the thing. Here recovery is more important than loading, because the more you load, the more recovery gets, the body adapts. Recovery is very, very important, but the youngsters, what they do, they're so enthusiastic, they feel if I take 1 day of rest, my training is over, my improvement goes. If you take 1 day of rest, you get much more, your body adapts. We call it super compensation, we say. So you train, load, give less recovery, once again load, recovery, ultimately your body will adapt to a higher load. So these are some of the principles which we as trainers, we have to adapt. So what are the different types of fitness which we have to, any game, whether it is hockey, football or volleyball, any game, there are different kinds of systems which gives us energy, right? So we'll just go through some of the systems. So one is aerobic fitness. Now aerobic fitness, as we all know, like I said, all of us are aware of all these things, but I'll just give a brief input. Aerobic fitness, we take in oxygen and it is used to produce energy which we use for activity. Right now we are sitting, we are taking in oxygen. Even when we sleep, we require energy. For all the body processes, metabolism, we require energy, and for that energy, oxygen is used. Oxygen is the most important thing, more than your nutrition, more than your practice, whatever. The ability to take oxygen is the most important, and it is the deciding factor which can give advantage for one person over another. When two people are same fitness, if one person can utilize oxygen better, that fellow can easily overcome the other person. So aerobic fitness is nothing but the ability to take oxygen, utilize it for production of energy. Now this is not a simple thing. It is simple while talking, but actually it requires a whole body, the whole mechanism of the body is required to do the simple task. For example, if you got a good respiratory system, very healthy respiratory system, you can take enough oxygen. It is not enough if you take oxygen, you have to transport it to the blood vessels, to the tissues. Even in the tissues, it might not get used if you are not adapted to it. So it's not that as long as I breathe, I can get energy. You should be adapted, you should be conditioned to use that oxygen, and that is what aerobic fitness tells you to do. And what are the different methods of aerobic fitness? Aerobic is nothing but do a certain activity continuously for at least for 15-20 minutes, and that can be developed by running, jogging, or cycling, swimming, or even aerobic dancing, playing games, and etc. etc. So all these activities you will have to do continuously in various kinds of forms. Okay, so when we talk of aerobic exercise, is it enough if you just walk around, walk for 5 kilometers, walk for 3 kilometers? There are certain rules. Okay, now for example, now you can see in the mornings people go for walks, right? They take their dogs, they wear their house dress, they go for walks. At the most, what it helps is to become fresh, that's all. No aerobic capacity is improved as such. Only thing you become, maybe you feel happy. But otherwise, if you want to get some aerobic benefits, as I said, there should be adaptability by your body, and if it has to be adapted by your body, you should put certain kind of demand on your body. When you're going for a higher classes, you just don't just study plus and minus till you reach 10th standard. You go for advanced mathematics, right? So even here, you have to put demands on your body, and they say, as per research, at least around 150 to 200 minutes per week of aerobic exercise you have to do. That is, 200 minutes means around 3 hours. Over a period of 7 days, at least 3 hours totally, at least 3 hours of continuous exercise, aerobic exercise. And the important thing is intensity. If you want to derive the benefits of aerobic exercise or aerobic workout, intensity is very important. Of course, any workout intensity is important. And in aerobic exercise, what is the intensity you have to do? You have to go for at least, you have to raise your heart rate level, right? At least to 50 to 80%, between 50 and 80% of your maximum heart rate. So what is the maximum heart rate? Next. So maximum heart rate, there is a simple formula which says 220 minus age. Suppose we are, I'm 30 years of age, 220 minus 30 is 190, and in that 190 I will take 50 to 80%. That is 190 will be 95 to, and the 30% maybe 130. 95 to 130, only then you will get aerobic benefit. Suppose you see people going for a walk in the morning, if you just see the heart rate, it might be just maybe 90, 95 because they're going too slow. Like I said, it might help them to get refreshed and all that, but aerobic benefits, you have to raise your heart level. Next. So this is, no, before that. Now this is, okay, next. So this is just a ready reckoner, you can say. Now suppose you don't have a watch to see your heart rate, right? Everyone cannot buy a watch, or everyone will not have a watch. There is something called as Bog rate of perceived, PRE, that RPE, that is rate of perceived exertion. That is normally when you jog, when you walk. If someone is with you, you should be able to talk with them. You should be able to, of course, you are breathing hard, at the same time you should be able to talk with them. At least that level you have to go for any kind of jogging or running. If you go too fast, in this 1 to 10 scale, you should be at least around 4 to 5 is enough for to get aerobic workout. If you go too fast, then it goes into anaerobic workout. So whenever you're going for a long running, a long training, see that you should be able to either talk, or if you're alone, you can even sing a certain song, without too easily, but you'll be able to even talk with someone. So that is how you have to do your aerobic exercise or aerobic workout. Next. So this, like I said before, this will help in the body's ability to take in oxygen, use oxygen to produce energy, and give oxygen to all the cells of the body, and your ability to recover also. Next. So next we come to anaerobic fitness, right? Now anaerobic fitness is not for everyone, not for people who want health or just simple fitness, because anaerobic puts lot of demand on a person. Anaerobic will raise your heart rate even to 180, 190, 200 also if your age is less. But even otherwise 171, it will raise your heart rate to around 90%, 95%. But it should be used in events where this kind of energy system is used. For example, 200 meters, 400 meters, hockey players, basketball players, football players, when they go for a sprint, their heart rate goes up to 180, 190, then they should recover again. So this anaerobic has to be used for these kind of activities, anaerobic training. And how do we do this anaerobic training? Even here anaerobic, of course, we can't go as much as aerobic training where we run for 15-20 minutes. Anaerobic training will be short, maybe 1 minute or less than 1 minute, even 2 to 3 minutes, suppose he's a long distance kind of athlete. But the intensity should be above 85% of your maximum heart rate. Previously we said, suppose you're 30 years old, your intensity should be around 120, 130, but now here your intensity should go up to around 150, 160 during training. So what are the different kinds of anaerobic training? 100 times you can run 10 times, or repetitions of 400s, repetitions of 200s, and also you can do circuit training, helps in strength endurance. I'm sure you know circuit training where you do continuous sets of exercises for 30 seconds each, or for a limited repetitions. For each exercise you do 20 times, around 6 to 8 exercises. So one circuit. In complete recovery, again you do it 2 times. Again, you can do it as much as you want, as much as you train, as much as you plan your workouts, right? And then you got high intensity interval training, where this is a very short workout. Let's say you run 30 meters sprints, come back, sprint, very short but very hard, and it gets so very fast. But it raises your heart rate, raises your heart rate, gets it down, so your body gets conditioned to this kind of workout. And as I said, objectives are to improve the tolerance capacity. Now for example, if I say someone pinches you, right? Someone pinches you. How much you can tolerate it? For some people, as soon as someone pinches, they can't tolerate. For some people, however much you pinch us, they'll be able to tolerate. So you should be able to tolerate this pain which you feel when you're doing anaerobic. That is what tolerance is built in anaerobic kind of workout. Right, to improve the strength endurance. Suppose I tell you to do bicep curls 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, who can do it? You'll be tired. More than the strength, you'll be tired, of course, with light weights, because the muscle endurance or the strength endurance is less. This is where, and even for speed related activity, this is where anaerobic training comes into effect. Next. Then we come to strength training. Strength is something very important which is required for all the events. As we all know, strength means acting against some kind of resistance. It can be in form of any kind of activity, maybe against weights, against rubber bands, elastic bands, against therabands, against medicine ball, against barbells. Next. And what does strength training do? Strength training helps us to improve the size of the muscle. The size of the muscle is directly related to the strength levels, and also for performance, to reduce injuries, and strength levels are directly related to your performance also, right? Next. So as you know, there are different kinds of strength: maximum strength, explosive strength, strength endurance, and relative strength. Now what kind of strength is required for dodgeball? That is important, right? So normally, of course, all of us have to work for maximum strength. Maximum strength is very, very important. That is general workout. Then you come to specific fitness. When you come to specific fitness, we have to come for specific kind of exercises for dodgeball, maybe shoulder strength, maybe specific the technique wise, with movements of the technique, using therabands. Yes. So strength training can be done using functional training, elastic bands, suspension belt, dumbbells, barbells, any kind of exercises, but against resistance. So this is how we can do strength training: repetitions, sets. I'm sure all of us know about this. And technique is very, very important in strength training. Okay. So these were the different kinds of energy system. This is different kinds of training which we could do for a particular game. Now when we come to dodgeball, right? Now this workshop is about dodgeball. When we come to dodgeball, what kind of fitness we require? That is important. I have seen in the past, I have seen for kabaddi players, coaches making them run 10 kilometers, 6 kilometers, cross country. Volleyball players, cross country. Do they require cross country? Do volleyball players or kabaddi players require cross country? Do we? I don't know. You should tell me. It is the habit which we have come. Any game, they have to do this compulsory. They have to do this much of training. They have to run so much. But actually, kabaddi and volleyball are not at all aerobic activities. Of course, aerobic system is involved in everyone, but the specific kind of workout there is more of anaerobic and more of power activities. You make them run cross countries, they will lose their power. The muscles will lose their ability to react fast. Minimum aerobic system all of us should have, but when it comes to specificity, we have to see that what is required for that game, that we have to develop, right? Now, there are three kinds of system. I'll just be brief. If you can understand or if you know about it, fine. But for the sake of everyone, I'll be brief. There are three kinds of system. One is, we call it as phosphagen system, or we call that ATP-CP. Right. When oxygen converts glucose or fats into energy, they are converted into ATP, we call. This is the currency of energy, ATP. And it is stored in the muscles. Right? When you go for an explosive type of activity like weightlifting or like a vertical jump or a sprint 40-50 meters for 6 to 8 seconds, you cannot breathe and convert your glucose into energy and use it. You are using that energy which is already there in your muscles. That is the ATP-CP system. Suppose I tell you to stand up and go for a vertical jump. Where is the energy coming from? The energy is coming from ATP, which is already stored in your muscle. ATP is nothing but adenosine triphosphate. So they call that phosphagen system. Here, this doing short term and intense activities like sprinting. Now in football, how many times you sprint? Can anyone tell me how much distance they sprint when they sprint once? How much distance? 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. They don't sprint more than 20 to 30 meters unless once in a while you go for a counter attack from this end of the time there. But even then, this one end of the other end, no one runs. They kick the ball away to their partners. At the most 20 to 30 meters, at the most 4 to 5 seconds, they might sprint maximum. And for that require phosphagen system. You don't take in oxygen. So this is the system which is used like shot put, long jump, throws, weightlifting. This is a system which is used. And you recover very fast. Once ATP is over, again the ATP gets recycled, right? So this is one system. The second system is called glycolysis or the anaerobic system. Now this system uses glucose for energy. But oxygen is not there. Anaerobic means without oxygen. Oxygen is in shortage or completely absent. So if oxygen is not there, glucose cannot be completely converted. And in between, the whole system of energy production gets stopped in between, and lactate is produced and 2 ATPs are produced. Only 2 ATPs are produced. In the previous system, no ATP is produced. Whatever is produced is being used. But in this system, only 2 ATPs are produced. Then you have to stop your workout. You are too tired. Like 400 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, or even 800 meters. That is called anaerobic. The last one is oxidative or aerobic system. In this aerobic system, right now you are sitting and using the oxygen for energy. You are producing around 38 ATPs of energy. 38 ATPs compared to 2 ATPs. So imagine how much you can do workout. So if you run slow, you can run even for 2-3 hours. No problem, because you are using the oxygen. Fine. So these are the 3 kinds of energy systems which can be used. Next. So just in briefly, phosphagen system, the power output is very high, ability to produce ATP is low, and fuels used already ATP which is stored in your muscles. In the second system, glycolysis, power is high, producing ATP is low, glucose is used, blood glucose. And in the third system, glucose as well as your fat is used for energy. Capacity to produce ATP is very high, more ATP is produced and you can, but the power is low. Power is low, but endurance is more. So these are the 3 systems which can be used in any game, right? Next, so one more thing I want to tell is, though these 3 systems can be used, they are not independent of each other. You cannot switch on and off as you wish. Only by practice you have conditioned your body to use this whichever you want, right? That is, it depends on the intensity and duration. If you start running fast, aerobic is used. If you slow down, if you start running fast, anaerobic is used. Slow down, aerobic is used. If you run for 20-30 minutes, aerobic is used. If you run for sprint, again anaerobic is used. Your body keeps changing as it is conditioned. Now I'll ask you one question, right? Recently marathon they ran in 2 hours. You know, marathon 2 hours, 1 minute, almost 2 hours. How much they run each kilometer, how many minutes they run? How many minutes? What is the pace? Kilometers, minutes per kilometer in a 2-hour marathon. 3 minutes. 2 hours means 3 minutes. They run in 3 minutes each kilometer. Even if I go all out, sprint, I cannot run 3 minutes. 1 kilometer. They are running 42 kilometers each kilometer in 3 minutes, and that is aerobic for them. For me it is anaerobic. For me and I think all of us, I think. It is anaerobic. So for one person aerobic, for me anaerobic, because his engine is conditioned, adapted, genetic engine, hybrid engine, whatever you call it. So he has got so much of mileage. We don't have any mileage because our engine, not only our engine is like this, but we haven't trained also. Our Indians have got, even their engine is very good, but not as much as those Africans. Their engine is different. But why I am telling is that your body decides on how it is conditioned. You train and condition your body to use oxygen either in aerobic or anaerobic. Yes, next. Now this is a simple, now see, in different games, what is the energy system used, percentage wise? Now see, in hockey, 50% ATP, 20 aerobic, anaerobic, and oxygen 30, right? Whereas in sprints, 90% it is ATP because it is all about power. There is only 10 seconds, 11 seconds. Let's see volleyball. Volleyball is 80% ATP, 5% and 15%. 80% of the energy comes from ATP CP in volleyball. Why? Do they run? How much they run? The volleyball coaches are there. How much they run? Hardly they go 2 meters, that's it, 2 minutes. That to walking or doing shuffling, that's all. But how much they jump? In a 5-setter, how many times they jump? Power. Every time they're using ATP, power. But since they have to wait for the almost 5 sets, means almost, let's say, 1.5 hours, they have to stand in the ground. So aerobic also is important for certain. So for them, 15% is aerobic. But for games like distance running or hockey, aerobic is 30. Now, where does dodgeball come here? I don't know. You have to do the research now. You are all experts because dodgeball is a new game. Now you have to do the research. That's what I want to stress on this. Only when such kind of studies come in any game, that time that game commands some kind of a respect or some kind of importance. Okay? So, this is an example. I am just giving an example of hockey. So, hockey is a field sport where ATP piece is 40, lactic acid, that is anaerobic, is under 40, aerobic is 20 because they have to play for almost 60 to 70 minutes they have to play. So, aerobic is very important for recovery, for staying on the ground for 70 minutes. At the same time, when they do sprints, have you seen hockey? Many of you have seen hockey. Now with the turf, game has become so fast. In 1 second, in 5 seconds, the ball goes to the other end. Another 5 seconds, ball travels to the other end. Can the players travel from there to here in 5 seconds, 10 seconds? Almost 100 meters, 90 meters, at least 50 meters from midfield to back. Impossible. So much of anaerobic energy is required. Sprints is required. ATP piece is required. So 40% ATP, anaerobic lactic acid is 40% and aerobic will be 20 because you have to spend the time on the ground. Next. So this is what this is about the hockey which I told just now. Next. So coming back to, let's summarize what we have learned. These are the aerobic activities which you can do, right? And next is the anaerobic activities in the form of light interval training, in the form of interval training, fast, slow, and in the form of circuit training or high intensity interval training. And then next is the strength training which you can do using different equipment, right? Now we have to decide, what kind of a game, because even I haven't seen, tomorrow I will be seeing dodgeball also. Maybe we will be recording the dodgeball. Now how we can go about seeing what is happening in the game? First thing is, those are interested in doing the research, some kind of suggestions I can give. First thing, you have to check the heart rate. If I got a heart rate monitor, maybe while playing the game, may not be competition as such, but while playing a competitive practice, while practicing, you can put the heart rate monitors on the players on different positions. Those are dodging. And you can, after they finish, you can sync it with your software and you can see when the heart rate went up, when the heart rate went down, what is the rate of heart. If the heart rate is always high, then it is an anaerobic activity. If the heart rate is within the range, it becomes aerobic activity. And then in the video you can see how many times they have jumped, how many times, how high they have jumped, or how many lateral movements they have done, how fast movements they have done. You can record these activities. That is research, and you can find out player A, so many times he has jumped, so many times around. In a video we can see, suppose 9 meters, we can make a intelligent guess, 2-3 meters he has gone fast, side left, in so many seconds, so much fast movements he has done in a whole game, and his heart rate was always this much. Now we can try to find out what is the energy system a dodgeball player is using, and based on that energy system we have to give him training. We have to, any game for that matter, if we give training, we have to give specificity in training is very, very important. There is periodization. In a periodization, at least around 10 to 11 months, 1 month may be recovery, transition phase. In 11 months, at least there will be off season, mid season and competitive season. Leaving the off season, maybe off season 2-3 months, you can do general workout, general endurance, aerobic endurance. After that, at least for the 75% of the workout, that is a training period, you have to be specific. At least 50, 60, 70% of workout should be specific so that they develop. That is how people perform nowadays, and that is how the Indians are performing nowadays, because this kind of sports science, this kind of knowledge and this kind of expertise the Indians have developed. Because I have heard from many people in hockey also, what do they say when we want to win? What do we say? We have to win. Chalo bhaiya, karna hai, ye karna hai, wo karna hai, jabardasti so khelo, aisa khelo, waisa khelo. Other than that, nothing. Will that help us? No. The practice should come by talking technical, by giving practice. We had a coach, hockey coach. So many of the coaches are over here. How many coaches keep screaming during the game? We had a hockey NIS coach. He used to say, NIS staff, faculty, he used to say, you shout here in training, you won't shout in the match. Because when you train your players to do a certain things in practice, in the match you don't require to shout, because they have trained to do 1 or 2 words, do this, do that, over here, some kind of signal, some kind of oral, players will do because they have been trained. But in training we keep quiet, training we don't talk, and in the match we want to coach in the match. Most of the coaches coach during the match more than during the practice. That is why coaching is important, training is important, and this is what you have to plan your workout. And one more important thing I have to tell you, like I said, recovery is important. Even now they have recognized that recovery, rest is very, very important. Sleep, nutrition is very, very important. 3 important things: practice, that is activity, sleep or rest, nutrition. Right? Don't sacrifice one for the other. All the 3 things. Nutrition is very, very, very important. Right now if I tell do take these proteins and take this energy, some will have a doubt, right? Does it really work? If we eat protein, does it really help our muscles? If I give some kind of a poison, will you doubt that? Will you doubt that? You won't even touch that. You know it will have an effect. And why don't you think that even this will have an effect? This will have an effect, slow and steady, a cumulative effect it will have. Cumulative effect, right? And that is how only when you perform you'll understand, oh, because of my habits of good nutrition and good sleep, I am able to do this kind of performance. That time you will know. Now maybe you won't be knowing doing a practice and all those things. So with these few words, any doubts or anything, say I am not telling I am a authority on all these things. Since I coach, I teach BPEd, MPEd students. I also have coached hockey for the last 15-20 years, and we also do little bit of research here. We got a full exercise physiology equipment over here where we can find all the around 40-50 lakhs equipment, where we can find all the respiratory parameters, cardiovascular, physiological parameters. So little bit of knowledge I want to share with you. Some of you might be having practical knowledge also in your own sports. If you got anything to suggest, if you got anything to ask, if you got any questions, anything for discussion, right, you can, you are free to do it. What about the Indian players? What did you feel was your experience compared to you and compared to the foreign players? You all have seen in the television where other games, Indian team plays with the foreign teams. So now you have been put in that, you have been put into that role. Now you yourself have gone into the, ring. So what did you feel?
ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಡೌಟ್ ಇದೆ.
ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್.
ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮದು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮಗೆ 1 hour ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ರಿಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ಅವನು ಊರಿಗೂ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಟೈಮು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತು ಅವನದೇ ಆದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿರ್ತವೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸರ್?
For those of, he is telling that when the rural people, they have got limited time to work along with all other problems. See, always a coach, even we have seen NIS. I'll tell you one thing. NIS, they gave us a lot of, I think many people have done NIS here or maybe knowing about NIS. We got a lot of punishment, front rolls, everything. We did that. Okay. So then we went for the pedagogy. We had to go to schools. There, one of my classmates in the school which he went, even those children, he started giving them front rolls, crawling and all those things. Why? Because he studied he thinks coaching is that. Even our students, I tell, we give you food for thought. Now, nimge taste kododu. Creativity is a coach's skill. A coach has to be creative. That is why the foreign coaches are successful. What we do, if we have undergone NIS or some kind of coaching, what we have learned, same thing we do. We cannot do that. We have to adapt, we have to be creative. Now, like what you said, you have to be creative in your aspect. For example, we cannot avoid him having less kind of, see, it is always better to do little less workout than over workout. Right? If you do overloading, just because I've got 1 hour, if you try to give him everything in 1 hour, then the effect of that overload to remove, he has to take 2-3 months of rest. It's just like taking eating. Instead of eating 2-3 times, overeating and going to doctor for the next 3 days, it's better to have medium so that you can digest. So, avanige see, training is not about getting fatigued. Training is not even about getting tired and exhausting and collapsing. Training is about getting stimulating your physiological systems. We have a wrong notion. They say in periodization, in a 7-week micro plan. No, not micro plan. Yeah, micro plan, 7 days. In that, at the most 1 day or 2 days, you have to go for above 90%, not more than that. 1 day. Other days, you are just giving some kind of, you're pinching hard. As soon as you get tired, relax. I should not get so hard that next day I can't do anything. Same thing, when this kind of problems are there, you have to train keeping all that into, you have to factor all those problems into your training. ನಿಮಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಲ್ವಾ, ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಪೀರಿಯಡಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಸ್ಟಿಮ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್, ದೇ ಕಾಂಟ್ ರಿಕವರಿ ಸ್ಲೋ, ದೆನ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಗಿವ್ ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಆಫ್ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಆಲ್ ದ 7 days. ಗಿವ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ 3 days, 1 day ರಿಕವರಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಗೆಟ್ ಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ದೆಮ್ ಇನ್ ದ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್. ಅಟ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ. If your nutrition is slow, you have to take it into consideration while giving practice. So all that is taken into consideration. ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೊತ್ತು ಮಲಗ್ತೀಯಪ್ಪ, how many hours you are sleeping? 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. Sleep for at least 7 hours. Sir, no sir, I have to go for work. Okay, fine, then I'll reduce my training. What is your diet like? No, you have to eat all these kind of things, proteins, carbohydrates, all this you have to eat. No sir, I can't afford it. Fine, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ practice ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ practice. You have to do, as a coach, you have to tailor, make your practice to those people. Okay? You can't say, Nan Ishtukal, I have learned so much of things. Whether you have sleep, whether you have rest, whether you have nutrition, I don't care. I have learned so many things. Today, 20 kilometers, you have to run 20 kilometers if you do all those kind of things. So, creativity and adaptability to work out, adjustments to work out is a coach's personal, and like we said, one man's food is another man's poison. All workouts won't work out for everyone. There is a saying, there is nothing succeeds like success. Dhoni, you know Dhoni's got all kind of unorthodox shots. What a helicopter shot, what are the shots are there? But they're succeeding, right? So he's famous. If they were not succeeding, he would have been thrashed by the commentators. What kind of a player he is, he does not have technique. But because his technique is working, he is successful. So nothing succeeds like success. Most important thing is success, whatever way you do. So if an athlete is like this, adjust your training so that you get success. And there have been world champions in athletics, they say 200 meters have run gold medals in Olympics doing 20 times repetitions also. And there are athletes who have won gold medal doing 6 times repetitions also. So it all depends on the athlete, how much load he can tolerate, and what load will help him improve. Anything? Any questions? So more important things await you after this. There will be a workshop on, I think, on the game. And tomorrow, I think, there will be exam as well as this thing, or that examination of your officiating exam, right? So all the best to you all. Those have come from far and wide as a host. If you can spend one more day, you can even go around Mangalore, maybe 20-30 kilometers away. So there are a lot of temples, beaches. Those are not come from beach area. So enjoy the area. And once again, thank you all for patient listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Here we finish our theory session. So you will be having 5 minutes break, and we have to assemble in the court. We will be having practical session. So we'll go down to the court now. Thank you.
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇಗುಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು
ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇಗುಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗುಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು